all better. I like big plants and I cannot lie. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna make more funny noises because that's how you do parkour. The ship doesn't swerve when it sees how big the iceberg is. Sound like a potato. It's happening. Nope, there we go. Oh my gosh. Are you ready for some top secret horse-based intel? There's a food that horses just love. It's carrots. I don't trust it. I caused problem on purpose. No, not like this. Not like this, no. I was on land. Not random at all. It is in fact predetermined. I want to work. We were wondering if... Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. I have to go. My people need me. Nice. Nice. Hi, friends. Y'all, you should have seen Shay and I back and forth in their Discord, like, do I want to stream? Oh, if you stream, I won't stream. No, I don't think I'll stream. No, you should stream. I absolutely love it. Thank you guys so much for watering your plants. Welcome in, Shay. Hi, Kate. Hi, Mo. Hi, Desi. Hello, Windu. Hi, Sekhmet. And congratulations again, Fudge, for getting first. Yeah, it was one of those things where, like, I didn't know if I wanted to stream today or tomorrow. And I figure, well, if Shay's gonna stream tonight, then I won't. But if Shay is gonna be like, no, I'll stream tomorrow, then I will stream tonight. How are you all doing? I would like to tell you all, yes, nose goes. Oh, this is not, I clicked the camera. Oh, you would like to see the child. Okay, well, let me get back to my just chatting scene that I just left. All right, let me go grab your plant. It's looking pretty good. Maybe a little droopy. Your plant has a case of the morbs. It's okay. It's a lot better than it was. You are escaping. You feel a little droopy too. I'll say I'm hoping that the Sharpie inside with your little Korok friend is not like hurting the plant, but I don't think it is. I think it's just that this plant likes to drain a lot, makes it hard for me to water it up on a shelf. I pretty much have to like take it to the bathroom to water. But you get watered tomorrow, Sekhmet. Thank you for the redeem. Plants. Yes, you gotta go slurp up the water. Thank you. I will hydrate. Cheers. So anyway, I played a little bit of Wildflowers off stream just to kind of like try to get to a good-ish place. I want to say I played like two days maybe. It was not very far. Well, welcome in, Elle. Oh yeah, okay. Bear with me, everyone. I'm gonna do something really annoying. We're gonna go through, and we're gonna delete the clip shout-out thingy, because I miss being able to just shout people out. Time to kind of lurk, because you have tiny little version of the video while you read new D&D rules. Ooh. Are they new errata that just came out? So we want to delete this. We want it here. Sorry, there will be a lot of little whooshy plants. It's not here, and that is good. The first few 1 D&D rule sets for community feedback. You didn't realize they were out. Oh. Yeah, I kind of have fallen off, not fallen out, but just fallen off of the, whatchamacallits, the 5th edition rules, because right now we're playing Pathfinder. Don't have it here. They're gonna be messy. Reworks of Bard and Ranger are awesome and totally needed. I feel like I remember seeing Ranger errata that when I was running a one-shot, my one player wanted to be a Ranger, but he specifically requested that we use the errata. Never played Pathfinder, but you've been meaning to look into that in 3.5. I want to say that Pathfinder is in between 3.5 and 5e. That's kind of where I see it. Don't have it there. Don't have it there. Don't have it there. I think it's here. Okay. Sorry about this, everyone. Oh, yeah, I'm playing around trying to get rid of the shout-out clip thing. So let me test this. Did it work?
How are you today, Mr.
It did not work. It's somewhere.
Fuck off, Buffkin.
Where is it? I'll find it later. I tried. That just means that somewhere in... Oh, I know you can't see it because it's not on this scene, but for some reason it's in another scene and it's still playing audio, and it makes me mad. Because, like, that was the whole thing, is well, actually, no, that won't work. I only wanted it on the Raider overlay so that way we can shout out everywhere and it won't do the clip until we go to the raid overlay. So that might just be it. Properties. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I thought it was going to not play unless I had that scene active. Oh no, your monitor's flickering. Anyway. I'm gonna just delete it for now. Because I know that you can use Mix It Up Bot. Okay, stop being loud, wildflowers. You can see, let me adjust the sizing of the game. How are you guys doing today? I wanted to tell you all that I think I won capitalism. Is the video flickering? I don't think anything should be flickering now. I was changing between scenes, and it was doing the leaf effect whenever I was changing, but that should be done now. If anyone else sees flickering in the display, let me know. I don't at the moment. I just see the rain. Alright. So we have a couple quests. We want to summon a storm to wash up a pearl. Oh, you just reset the computer and the computer's being naughty. Silly computer. So we have candles to go give to Sophia. Natalia asked us to get some copper. She's working on a soup kettle. The Consciousness Center wants to make a soup kitchen for the town as a way to give back. Oh, are you closed today? Yes, you are closed today. Oh, it's literally just the video that's flickering for you. That's odd. That's very odd. So yes, I won capitalism today. My boss said to everyone in the lab, go home 2 hours early, but still put on your punch-out sheet that you worked 8 hours today. And I was just like... so kind. Alright, we need more glass. It was a very nice little treat for the end of the year. Enjoy your troubleshooting, Elle. Hopefully you get it sorted out. No visual flickering for anyone else, correct? Just want to make sure. Yeah, troubleshooting's not usually enjoyable. It's just very bizarre if the flickering is literally just over the game and not like over my camera. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate the reports. Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Any progress with the candles?
Can you imagine saying I've changed my mind and, like, not giving her the candles for Hanukkah?
Yes, here they are. Oh, they're perfect. Thanks so much, Tara. And just in time for the first night of Hanukkah. Have some latkes. And here's the recipe if you want to make more. All you need are some potatoes and a good frying pan.
Oh, but potatoes are spring season crops.
Well, there must be some way for you to grow out-of-season plants. A greenhouse, maybe? Island life does have its limitations, to be honest. I've been thinking about leaving.
No!
Marty offered to help introduce me to a real estate agent who could help me sell the diner.
Sophia, no.
No, you can't leave, Sophia.
You're very kind, Tara. It means a lot.
Sorry, sweetie, we say Merry Christmas, not Happy Holidays here. No, she was accused of being a witch by Natalia, and, like, no one in town stepped up for her. Everyone just kind of, like, awkwardly was like, oh, I don't know, someone else said you might be a witch, so now I'm all uncomfortable. And, of course, like, Tara is a witch and does not want to be found out at the moment, so she couldn't, like, outright say anything. And then the only thing they did was they banished the Wraith just in time for Natalia to come to her senses and say, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I don't have anything against Sophia. She's fine. Yeah, that was actually, that was a note to the developers that it was very uncomfortable that Sophia is the only Jewish character and that she was the one accused of being a witch. And the developers kind of, like, they made a statement saying that it was not their intent and that they were going to add some sort of, like, content update. I don't think they're gonna rewrite it at this point because the plot is kind of based around it, you know? Like, Sophia's thinking about leaving town because of it, etc., etc. But they wanted to at least add a note saying, like, that they acknowledge it. And then, for the first day of Hanukkah, they actually posted some, like, developer-drawn art of Sophia lighting a menorah. And I think they unfortunately had the wrong number of candles on the menorah, but somebody pointed it out, and they, like, fixed it in the art, reposted it, and said, someone brought it to our attention, thank you. They're trying. Yeah. I mean, it happens. I understand it. I don't know if it was the wrong number of candles total, or if they posted it on, like, the third day but only had 2 candles lit, or something like that. And I think they removed the original incorrect one. And then they put the new one up saying that they corrected it, but I can't go back and look. B for effort, D on execution. Yeah.
Will you be growing some pomegranates in your garden this winter? My family always eats them on the longest night of the year.
Okay, you are closed as well. They're acting in good faith, but this is why sensitivity consultants are a thing. Yes, and I mean, I want to say they're like a 2 or 3 person developer team, so I get that they're a very small group. And they are trying. Very different than if, like, Nintendo did something like this. But I don't think that that's... I don't want to defend them and say that they don't need to be accountable, because they do. Also, I don't want to talk about my chickens right now, because remember how I was like, oh, I will never forget to buy food again. It's not gonna happen. Why is Marty closed from Thursday to Sunday? Why, I ask you? Marty wants my chickens to die. What did I do to Marty? Nothing. Marty's fine. Your favorite chicken's fine. We're just not gonna talk about her right now. Oh yeah, I need the crocus. Your favorite chicken is just maybe a little droopy. You know, like your plant. It happens. For a completely unrelated note, are there any coconuts on the beach right now? Can't do too much if there are no coconuts. Hello, crab. Do you have coconuts? I don't think the crab has any coconuts. We are also getting closer and closer to Giva. We were able to find her and do one of the, like, relationship cutscenes that I accidentally triggered off stream, but she had said that she got a letter from her parents, and Giva was set up to be in an arranged marriage, and she pretty much told her parents that she was not going to want to marry any man that they picked out, or any man at all. And the game was pretty good about handling that. Like, she said that her parents did not mind the fact that she was gay. They just minded the fact that their reputation was going to take a hit because they could not marry her off to a man to make, like, good business connections, more or less. So they financially cut her off, and she never forgave them and she left. But the cutscene kind of ended on a bit of a better note.
Should I go to bed?
They wrote to her. They heard about the research grant that she had gotten here in Fairhaven, and they said that they were proud of her, and kind of like olive branched that letter to her. And so as Tara, I was like, you can go slow, you can set boundaries, you don't have to just accept them back, you know? They hurt you, and you can decide if and how you want to proceed. Oh, it's snowing! It is a great response. I liked that one the best. There was one that was like, never forgive them. And then there was one that was like, but they're family. And I didn't like either of those responses particularly. Both of those responses do kind of suck, don't they? One day remaining on a lot of these crops, huh? It's funny, like, I genuinely feel like there are some cases where there's just not a good answer. Or like, the dialogue that you are given to pick between, there's only one answer that feels like something someone would actually say. Hello, my lovelies. You are doing so well, Beatrix. Beatrix is sustaining herself on scritches alone, and I'm so proud of her. Ms. Beekman, you are going to be fine. I will have some food tonight. Fear not. Marty, you are hanging in there so well. Let me go see if I can find you some coconuts. Marty is closed Thursday through Sunday and is literally the only source of chicken feed. You can't make it yourself. You can't buy it anywhere else. Like, please, I'm just gonna go buy like 500. It is ridiculous. Thank you, Cataclysm. Like, this game is just trying to stress me out about not being able to feed my chickens. Yes, someone should start a new feed store that is closed Monday through Wednesday. Hey, Thomas, do you want to start selling animal feed? I think you'd be really good at it. Hey, Marty, can you please not take... I mean, I get that you're here, you're maybe partially retired, but you cannot not work. Y'all thought I was joking. Artificial scarcity, I know. Watch him, like, raise his prices on Monday only. Because he knows that you are desperate for your chicken feed after a very long hiatus. So he comes back, and he's like, yes, I will double my prices today. Baby. Your turn, Ms. Beekman. Eat and enjoy. And you too, Marty. I can't forget Marty. Thank you for lurking, guacamole. Enjoy. We have, I want to say 5 in-game days or so left until the Winter Feast. 4. And I'm waiting on my spinach and my fennel so that I can cook up my salmon. Let's see if I can find a coconut today. Amira, do you sell coconuts?
Did you know that some scholars believe the pomegranate, not the apple, was the original forbidden fruit? I've never been able to resist them myself.
I think Amira's trying to tell me something. I think she really likes pomegranate. That's 2 separate conversations that we have had about pomegranates. I feel like she's signaling something at me.
Saw Juliet when I went to Lena's yesterday. She said Kim's really been helping out. I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot. Their heart's in the right place.
I hope you're doing well, bestie. I feel like the game kind of sets you up to befriend Thomas really quickly, but I feel like I would have anyway.
You know what I will miss? I'll miss making a chocolate pie for the winter feast.
Well, can't you make one anyway?
Ugh, I could, but that would be so much pie for just Juliet and me. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it isn't the worst idea.
She doesn't want to come to the winter feast this year. She usually is the one coordinating it, but after the town accused her of witchcraft, she was like, yeah, no, someone else can do it. And I don't blame her. Hi, Francis.
Angus can feel that something's off. He's been waking me up in the mornings with a fresh croissant and a café con leche, and I'll never say no to that. But I wish he'd just stop talking about malcontents and witches instead.
Yeah. They just got married, too. Their wedding was last stream. They just got married, and it feels like they kind of got married at a bad time because they were even disagreeing on where to hold the wedding, whether to have a church service or a civil service. And they ended up going with a civil service in the woods, but Angus was still not happy about it. So, like, they compromised, but if you compromise and someone's still, like, unhappy in the end, I don't know how much of a compromise it really was.
What's wrong, Nina?
Oh, it's snowing. And snow means I get at least one complaint from a resident about my kids pelting them with snowballs. Usually Otto.
I mean, I would pelt Otto with a snowball too, given the chance. I cannot tell a lie. I would absolutely do that. Okay, are you open today, Natalia? You are. I might have some copper for your soup kettle. Oh yeah, I'm broke. I gotta go sell stuff so that I can, let you smelt the copper for me. Isn't that a silly thought? Ding dong! Hmm. Alright. Back to Natalia's we go. Hopefully I make it there before she closes.
Been in the mines lately?
Yep. Here's your copper.
Wonderful. I'll get right to work and give this to Messenger Cameron tomorrow. Oh, if you have a moment to stop by the Consciousness Center, I know he'll want to thank you himself.
I don't know. I might be too busy preparing for the winter feast. Just give it to him for me, okay? Oh, we're out of sand again. We are gonna make more wine. I'm still surprised that it switched to winter and like the grass is still green. It is not dead. There's no snow on the ground yet. It might be by design, but it just feels strange.
One of the few perks of my condition is that I'm rarely cold. Even now, all that extra hair is great for trapping heat.
Little TMI. Little bit TMI, but thank you, Wesley.
Oh, I can't wait to...
Yep, your detective novels. Yep, I know. So I found out that Zephyr's quest for me, I need something that I don't have access to yet.
It's even more important to feed your livestock every
Zephyr!
day when it's cold out. Helps them keep their body heat up. I
Do
can
not-
sell you a whirly gig to feed them for ya.
Feeding them's not the problem, Zephyr! It's Marty and the damn feed. Twist the knife, why don't you? I still couldn't find a coconut. Oh, that hurts. So today was, in fact, my last work day of 2022.
Am I ready for bed?
Which feels really nice. I know a lot of you who work typical Monday through Friday jobs might be in the same boat. Run, Tara, run! It is so funny to me that she can't diagonally water. We also need fennel seed. Perry was asking for some. you may have seen in our Discord, but my sister, in all of her kind thoughtfulness, has gotten me a Super Mario themed gingerbread castle to put together. It's very cute. I'm almost certain that it was on sale, but I am also almost certain that it will make for a great stream. Alright, my roast salmon is done. Now I just need to not eat it. So yeah, I thought it might be, I still need some more. I thought it might be nice to, you know, put it together on stream, talk about some New Year's resolutions, things like that.
I should head down to the beach to cast this.
Oh, okay. I could do that. What do you mean I can't cast Summon Lightning in my basement? Whatever do you mean? I'm gonna have to start getting myself in a habit of every Wednesday going to Marty's to just buy more. Oh, this isn't suspicious at all. I should have just done this in my basement.
I call a storm upon the sea to bring that glistening pearl to me.
Or maybe a coconut while you're at it.
Backward quickly.
Yes, very normal beach activities. Did we get any coconuts, though? Yeah, you know, just strolling down to the beach. It's a one-piece bathing suit. It does have a hood, and there's an optional mask. You know, it's I don't want to say it's tacky. It's definitely bold. Yes! Give me more! Give me more! Yes! Give me coconuts! What is happening? What is happening? I am being absolutely blessed. The game knows that I am awful at keeping my chickens alive. And it's like, here, fine. Let me hold your hand. Have 10 coconuts. What was that? I have never been more blessed with coconuts in my life. Totally normal, not a brand new sentence. You can give the coconuts to chickens, not directly, but the coconuts make the medicine to cure the chickens because Marty refuses to work. I blame Marty for this. I blame Marty for my negligence. Because again, I am not forgetting to feed the chickens. I am never selling a coconut again. Okay, we did that. Oh, we can take this to Perry. The medicine has to brew. Hello, babies. Is it fixed? My chickens aren't fixed. Not yet. Soon. We just screamed down on the beach and ran in circles, summoning coconuts for a solid 30 seconds. I am not kidding. A solid 30 seconds of coconuts raining upon me. You have pizza? Hell yeah. That was the other way I won capitalism. They must have ordered, I want to say they ordered like 24 pizzas. They ordered so many. The cafeteria was closed today, but they like to thank their employees who work during the plant shutdown. Also, Beatrix, I am so proud of you. You were the only chicken that did not get sick. You sustained yourself on my love and tender affection, and I'm so proud of you for that. That's the power of pizza. You hear pizza, you want pizza. Thank you, Cataclysm. That's the kind of energy I want to take into 2023. I have said, so 2022 for me was the year of art. It was a year of me picking up a hobby that I had kind of tossed aside because I felt like I wasn't good at it, or I wasn't as good as someone else was at it. So I kind of just stopped doing it because I wrote a blog about this that will come out. But I didn't feel curious about what I could make. I had already written it off and said, it's gonna be mediocre at best.
Have you the fennel, witchling?
Yes, here it is. And Perry, could you teach me the charm? Maybe I could place the same one around the coven circle.
And why would you do that?
To block out the wraiths.
Tell me, when the wraith escaped through the stones, did it try to possess a member of the coven?
No, it went after Natalia.
Correct.
But I can't put fennel seed powder around the entire island.
I don't pretend to be an expert at protecting mortals. Perhaps you should speak with your high priestess.
Thank you, Perry. But I've already decided, since last year was the year of art, kind of the year of curiosity at, like, what am I capable of? This year, I want to be the year of intention, of saying something and following through with it. Not being wishy-washy, and trying to kind of work better with my ADHD, because usually there's a lot of frustration in, like, oh yeah, you said you were gonna go do XYZ 2 months ago and you still haven't done it. And then there's the guilt, there's the inner frustration.
Perry,
so I just want that intention to be there.
Upgrading the wand again, are we? I would caution you against venturing too deep into the gloaming, young mini-witch. I once knew a witch.
I thought I was a witchling!
In truth, he was a warlock. The most powerful one I had ever met. He was seduced by the wellspring's magic. He went mad with his desire for more power. Sometimes I wonder if he became one of those lost wraiths in the gloaming. It's a dangerous place. Never forget that.
Thank you, Perry. You did bully me into arting a little bit. The other thing that kind of bullied me into it was watching a lot of other artists on Twitch, on Tumblr, on Twitter, etc., and being like, just looking at what they're doing and figuring out, oh, you know, I can do that. Or, like, I can do this technique, I can do that technique. And then, of course, learning a little bit of Clip Studio Paint helped significantly, as it does. But you will get to see Beans 3.0, not yet revealed. He will be a tiny little sneak peek at our Mario Day, and he will be in the blog. I don't know if you have ever seen our blog, the Cool Gamer Retirement Home blog. Oh, you know what? I can fix that if you give me a second. My extensions, crowd control, deactivate. There was an error. What do you mean? Okay. Refresh your page, L. I have deactivated crowd control because I'm not using it right now. There doesn't seem to be much of a point in keeping it, blocking the screen. I'm looking for amethyst. Amethyst. Refreshed and out of adverts. I hate the ads. Crowd control is gone for now. Part of the rebranding Mario Day stream that I'm very excited for is going to be crowd control Super Mario Sunshine. And I've been running a poll on Twitter. You're welcome to provide feedback here as well, but I'm running a poll to see if people have a preference on how to financially support a streamer. If they would prefer a subathon where you're gifting subs and bits and things directly through Twitch, or a, like, tip-a-thon, where you are supporting through Ko-Fi or some other sort of external tipping service, for lack of a better word. Right now, I want to say that most of my people that are following me on Twitter are other streamers. So there's a little bit of a skew there, but most people prefer a tip-a-thon over a subathon because, again, as a streamer, we know Twitch is taking a pretty significant cut out of the subs. So if there's a way to support directly, that's preferred. One of these days, Elle, we will get your stream elements tips fixed. It is gonna happen. Okay. I don't need another summon storm. I do need to make the pearl dust. Okay, let's go fix all of my chickens. They're broken. They need to be fixed. But first, I think the High Priestess wants to see me.
Please be responsible when calling storms, Novice. Hazel used to call them whenever she didn't feel like watering her crops. It was a bit of a problem.
Grandma! Oh, I have to bring these to Zephyr. I don't know why I thought I had to bring them to the High Priestess. Do you have anything to say?
I'm cheered by all the fennel you've grown.
Me too. Perry says it's the best thing for keeping the wraiths away.
That's all well and good, but I'm talking about soup. Fennel bulbs make a mean broth.
Shelby, you are entirely too on brand.
So, this boat I can use for interdimensional travel. Can you see it?
Sure can't, and I couldn't when the boat was Hazel's either. That's how it works. Honestly, you're missing out more than me. You don't get to see my magic scooter.
What? No opinion on subs versus tips, because you are still trying to figure out rent. You know, that is fair. And that's why I even put in the tweet, like, if you are able
My mom knew that
to
someone
financially
messed up the
support a
Bramble
streamer.
Gate, she would be livid. Wait until we find her and tell her.
Oh yeah, we're trying to find Violet's mom.
As with all common knowledge, witchcraft mythology is sprinkled with half-truths and outright fabrications.
Thank you guys, it's time to feed my chickens. What I think I'm going to end up doing, you like subathons for unlocking emote slots. I do too, but once you've hit the 50, once you've hit the 50, until you get partnered, I don't think you unlock any more emote slots. And you mentioned that because now you want a soup emote. Well, you are in luck. Can you just do a hybrid? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm gonna kind of treat everything as a I'm gonna put all of my goals based around dollar amounts, and then like subs and bits will kind of feed into that. I've decided it's gonna be a 12-hour stream no matter what.
Am I ready for bed?
So I don't have to worry about adding time to a timer. I know, how dare you, Kate? Mopsy made that emote and it's amazing. It was an emote that was mostly around for September, and it might be one that comes and goes. I haven't fully decided yet. I do have some new emotes on the way. So it's a 12-hour plus stream. Just 12 hours. I'm not adding any time to it. Oops. Yeah, 12 hours is my absolute limit, and that 12 hours will include 3 breaks. Personally, I'm not the kind of person who would want to do an uncapped subathon. I would feel way too uncomfortable with people watching me sleep. So I'd rather just, like, make sure I know my limits. Though, I mean, I do understand that some of those uncapped subathons are, like, critical for small content creators, like, or even people who are just partnered and, like, still kind of getting their feet wet, so to speak. I understand that an uncapped subathon can, like, make or break paying bills that month. You've heard of people tag teaming the subathons, like shift workers. If you have a big enough mod squad, you can. And on top of that, usually mods will find some sort of entertainment while the streamer is sleeping. I've heard of one person doing an uncapped subathon that they had their mods kind of almost do a podcast while they were sleeping. I guess we're gonna go to the church. See what Messenger Cameron wants to say about the soup kettle we made. It's soup. I have also seen some streamers put on episodes of cartoons while they sleep. I have also seen some streamers get banned for doing that.
I'm excited.
I
for
do
the
not
winter
recommend
feast.
it.
It reminds me of my family's winter gatherings. I wish I could go back for one, but they go on all night. And eventually one of my great aunties would say, "Doesn't Wesley look awfully hairy?"
Aww. It is cute. I wouldn't feel comfortable asking that unless it was a paid thing. Like I was paying my mods to take over the channel. Who's a puppy? This fine, hairy gentleman with the totally normal ears and the totally normal fangs is a puppy. Remind me tonight to go visit him. And I'll show you. He's a puppy. Right. Oh yeah.
What do I smell? New item on the menu?
I've been experimenting. I'm adding some new authentic Italian dishes to the menu. My husband was from Italy. Did you know that? I never had the chance to visit his family. He and Juliet went once to meet his grandmother when she was still alive. Have you traveled much, Tara?
Yes, and I can't wait to go off somewhere again.
Welcome back, Sekhmet.
I get so bored being in the same place.
Really? I'm never bored here. But then I'm more interested in people than in places. After they got back from Italy, Juliet would hardly talk to Giacomo. She said something about her great-grandmother being weird, but that was all. But Giacomo's grandmother didn't speak one word of English. She couldn't have said anything to offend Juliet. teenagers.
My dad didn't talk to my grandpa for a long time, and he was hardly a teenager. They made up after I was born.
Oh, well, at least they patched things up before Robert passed. I wish Juliet and Giacomo had that closure. Always tell those you love how you feel about them, Tara. Don't wait.
We're besties. That means you can't leave town, Sophia. Guacamole has been guacafined. Has it been Giacomo'd?
Tara, thank you so much for your contribution to our charity initiative. Natalia said she couldn't have finished the kettle without you.
Happy to help. Besides, who doesn't love soup? Especially the free kind.
Well, about that. You see, I grew up on TV sets. We always had catering tables, and I never quite learned how to cook. But I'm trying to learn. It's just my first few attempts haven't been exactly edible. If you wouldn't mind supplying the first batch of soup, I'll get some more practice in to keep it going.
I find myself doing more work for the church. Yeah, somebody clip that. Is guac soup green or brown? Thanks, I hate it. I'm sorry, I don't even like guacamole. Depends on how old the soup is.
It's so cold out.
Put some
Why
pants
not
on,
try
Tara.
a loaf fresh and hot out of the oven. That'll make you feel toasty.
Thank you, Angus, for your pun. Yeah. I don't think I have any pumpkins anymore, so this one I think I need the greenhouse for. Thought loving avocados was a trait of your generation. Yeah, about that. I'm not all about the avocado toast. I just don't love it. I do, however, find it hilarious, the person who was using a vegetable peeler to peel the avocado on Great British Baking Show.
I think you shouldn't venture too far into the gloaming.
I know. Harry already gave me a talking to about it.
The wraiths you come upon may have tapped the wellspring's magic close.
We don't talk about
They'll
Mexican
be harder
week.
to capture if they escape through the portal.
I'll be careful, I promise.
I watched it after
Here you go, Tara.
Pico de
Give it a
Gallo.
wink. I want to make sure
Killed
it's
me.
well balanced.
It's beautiful, Zephyr. Your finest work yet.
Thanks. I do what I can.
Rain might murder you. Highly possible. Oh, cool.
Like storms that make the river sing. Fill my magic from the spring.
Alright, we're gonna test something again. Because I think I got rid of all of the sources now. We're gonna find out, though.
This is a lot.
I didn't! Where is it? Oh, why is this so funny to me?
I didn't think I would ever say those words before. Thank God I am a soccer ball.
I will find it, I promise.
None shall stand.
I know, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Hit the flag. Where's... Oh, the flag is up there now. I'm a bomb. I mean, TNT.
I'm trying to figure out, I thought I had fixed it. I thought I had gotten rid of the last of them, but clearly I have a shout-out tracker, or a shout-out clip source in here somewhere. I will fix it later. We will never know what you're talking about, which is almost better. It is funnier, objectively. Okay, what are we working on? 2 days to the winter feast. Our salmon is ready. We need more glass. Let's go do that. Alright, we are looking for the orangish sandstone rocks. These ones. Yeah, I feel like I like the Twitch shout-out command. I don't like the 5-minute cooldown that you can't turn off. So I'd like to be able to get the shout-out command working again without the clip picker, and then use Mix It Up to do the clip when we're raided. See, all of this could be avoided if the Twitch Guru site allowed me to change the command, because I would just do that. Ah, yes. If anyone here likes to play Stardew Valley on the PC, and also likes to raise money for charity, we might need to get in touch. The Cool Gamer Retirement Home this year is trying to plan out our charity collabs for the year in advance, so that there's more time to plan, more time to wrap more people in. And the thought for our first charity collab in March is to do a late game town beautification project. You've probably seen pictures, like aesthetic posts, etc., where people will go and put furniture, paths, anything all over the map in Stardew Valley. So we thought it might be fun to spend like a whole week and everyone gets a little area, and we do it together. Because honestly, I think I would get bored trying to beautify Pelican Town all by myself. There's so much space that you can actually put things. You can decorate the entire quarry and make the rocks stop spawning there, I think. You can decorate the beach. You can decorate the entire woods. You can decorate the path to the mountain. You can decorate around the railroad tracks. I do wish that Stardew had cross-play compatibility. Unfortunately, it will have to be on PC, because we're hoping to wrap more than 4 people total in. So I need the mod to allow me to play multiplayer with more than 4. And I don't have a spicy Switch. I have a very mild Switch. I actually have a Switch with a very sadly broken Joy-Con. Can I get an oh no in chat? The Joy-Cons are not meant to be manually fixed multiple times. I will do it. Oh no! I cry. But what I think is that this time I'm not gonna try to have myself or Fudge fix them. I think we're gonna try to send them into Nintendo. The only reason we didn't do that the first time is because, unfortunately, it was the height of 2020 when Animal Crossing finally tanked my Joy-Cons. And, Nintendo was like, I want to say they were at a point where they were telling people, don't send any more Joy-Cons in, we cannot get to these right now. So it was either buy a new set or fix it ourselves. And alas, I opted to do it ourselves. Okay. Something. Yeah, the early days of the pandemic, they did shut down the mail-in process. I feel like I remember that like it was a fever dream, but you're still not sure how they managed to fix drift in Pro controllers but not Joy-Cons? I feel like I've heard people complain about drift in Pro controllers. So the jury's out on that. You just bought a Pro controller and didn't have to deal with constant down running in Animal Crossing. Isn't that amazing how it works? Oh, what game was I playing? It may have even been Animal Crossing or another one where one of the joysticks controls your camera. In Animal Crossing at least, if I was in a room, my camera would just constantly be spinning. It was almost dizzying, almost unplayable. Because I could not make it stop.
I'm sleepy.
And then, I want to say it was one of the, like, catalog areas where it was stuck pressing down. Oh, you again. You broke our gate! Whoever you are. No, go away! Go away! Rude. Oh, she's angry. Oh, look, the snow's on the ground. Yeah, the outfit does kind of rule. You got an off-brand Pro controller. It's nice to hold and not feel like you're going to lose it. Oh, hold on.
Wow, who ordered the Winter Wonderland?
It was me.
Was it me?
No, it was me.
I'd better go check and see how everyone is doing.
I'm the one complaining about no snow. Oh, never
No
mind.
reason to panic, everyone. She is still a seaworthy vessel. As soon as the ice melts, we'll have the best engineer in Milkwater come over on a tugboat and pull her out into the harbor for repairs.
Someone said tugboat.
That could be a while. If my forecast is
Chat,
correct,
someone
we could
said
be
tugboat.
socked in for weeks.
Now, let's try to remain positive. Give us right. At the very least, we ought to try and patch the hole in the hull before she takes on too much water.
Thank you, Sekhmet.
That's the spirit. You see, with the right attitude, we'll get through this together.
Thank you, Shay.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to, check on the town stores.
What's up, Giva?
Tara, you wouldn't happen to be growing any tea on your farm, would you? Kai's all out of loose leaf tea, and I haven't had a good chai in ages.
I'm not, but I could.
Tara,
That
don't
would
lie.
be
You are.
amazing. Kai said he still has some tea seeds. Oh, but for a proper chai, you'll need a few other things too. Here's my favorite way to make it.
What's this superimposed face on top of hers? Oh, it's Thomas. No, it's just Thomas. See? It's fine. They're just... He's just astral projecting himself into our conversation. It's fine. See, now we're doing it backwards. This is fine. Oh, they've become one. This is even better. This is even better than I could have imagined. They're gonna keep doing it. I think they live here now. I don't think they can unfuse. I can't. Here. This is what we'll do. Oh, goodbye, Giva. I did it. I did it, chat. I used my magic. The magic within. Oh, are you not working today, Marty?
The Gentleman Farmer Quarterly says livestock need feed when it's cold to keep their body temperatures up. I can't deal with another cow getting sick.
Yeah, maybe you should, like... Maybe you should start selling fodder. Like, just sell it out of your mailbox, Marty. I will put the money there. You know I'm good for it. Just sell me the animal feed out of your mailbox. We are trying to get enough glass together for the greenhouse. Because we can have a greenhouse. Ooh, my spinach is done. I need to go buy a lot of crops, as it turns out. Okay, Giva wants a chai. Oh, chai there. Where did you go, Giva? I still can't believe Cameron's like, everyone loves soup. I can't make any, though. I opened a soup kitchen, but I don't know how to make soup. Oopsie. Come on, my guy. How hard can it be to make soup? More importantly, how do you make inedible soup? Because he specifically said
the ferries ain't
inedible.
busted for long. I can paddle pretty far, but like, not all the way across the Fairhaven Sound.
Yeah, you can make bad soup, but inedible soup? Oh. What are you doing here, Giva? I didn't think you were a religious person.
The tea? Yes, it's ready.
Bye-bye. Thank you for lurking dinner.
Fantastic! Would you mind coming with me then? I promised Cameron I would bring a pot of tea for our meeting.
Meeting? I didn't know you joined the League.
Oh, I didn't. It's... well, just come. You'll see.
Okay.
Tara, how nice that you're joining us today.
She brewed a pot of chai for our meeting.
What type of meeting is this?
It's a weekly sobriety meeting we hold here at the Consciousness Center. It's open to the community, but so far it's just been Giva and me.
Oh, come on, Tara, sit down. We won't bite.
Giva, last week we were discussing how winter can make it more difficult to stay in recovery. All those long hours indoors.
Yes, being outdoors working during the day helps, but nights are hard. I've wanted to go into Damon's bar more times than I can count, just for some extra company. But I've held fast. I'm proud of myself.
You should be. Every day without a drink is a victory. Oh, we're not open for regular service just now, Bruno.
Oh, excuse me. Thought I read on the notice board there was a meeting today?
Yes, absolutely. Welcome.
Okay. Maybe I don't hate Cameron. Maybe I don't hate Cameron. Hi, Bruno.
I expect the lakes will be frozen over soon. Always did love a day of ice fishing. Just gotta find my old auger. It's around somewhere.
Bruno is the kind who, like, literally needs carried from the bar back home. So I am refreshingly surprised to see him here.
Sorry you're stuck here, Giva.
Sorry? Don't be sorry. This is a researcher's dream.
If the ferry is never fixed, I can't return my equipment, so I never stop gathering data.
It's terribly exciting.
You're silly. Nope, I don't. Oh. Here. It's the tea that you gave me that I gave you.
You must be a mind reader. Ugh, I just made a batch of scones, and this will be perfect.
Excuse me, you're saying scones and not scones? Giva. We're gonna give Grandma one of the sunflowers that Thomas gave me. He was my secret gift swapper. And they're out of season, so I feel like there's something really special about putting sunflowers in.
Sophia is still shaken by her trial, of course. I know you could have made her feel better. I just don't know what to say to her. And I can't tell her the truth.
I wonder how my mom and dad are faring on the other side of the Fairhaven Bay. Maybe the storm wasn't so bad over there. I suppose it will be some time before I can visit them again.
This means we get a snow day off of school, right? Or maybe even a snow week.
Sure.
Mom says I'm not allowed to hide behind her store and zap her customers with snowballs. She's no fun at all.
Can you imagine trying to go get groceries and you are pelted by snowballs?
What am I gonna do now that the ferry's not running? I was waiting on some specialty woods to be delivered, and my work is pretty much the only thing keeping me going right now.
I need 4 more glass.
Not what I usually eat, but hey, looks tasty.
You enjoy that, Parker. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it wasn't covered in snow or like snowing yet, because we still had to do the quest to create the thunderstorm on the beach.
Yes!
I'm glad you were very excited about me chopping down that tree, Tara. It is terribly exciting. Very terribly exciting. Thank you, Cricket.
Never seen a winter like this on the island before.
Neither have I. I worry that we are too few in number to turn it on our own. We've lost so many in recent years. Violet's mother, then Giacomo Moretti, and now Hazel.
There's help out there, if we're ready to seek it.
I think I know your meaning, but we've never had to call a witch to the circle before her powers came in.
Wait, we can call a new witch to join us? Like, on the phone?
No, with an incantation. Perhaps Wesley will have the one we need among his scrolls.
Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Phone call. Phone call. Oh, you saw nothing, Natalia. I know you like to point fingers and call people witches, but you didn't see anything. Okay, bye! Oh, look, it's the puppy dog. Hi, puppy dog.
Juliet's been asking me for fantasy series recommendations lately. I think she feels like she can trust me, since I wasn't at town hall.
She has good taste, then.
Here, have some wine. I think I know what you're gonna do with it. You're gonna read it with your detective novels?
Oh, I can't wait.
Yep. Yep. You enjoy your detective novel. I forgot to buy seeds. I should buy some seeds. Four more glass. Two more glass. So what, we need 6 seeds. I want to do more of the tea. As much as I can, anyway.
Is it time for bed?
It might be time for bed, Tara. And it might be time for a lovely little winter feast. Let's see. The feast is today. Head to the town square. Hooray! I still have the salmon in my pocket, so we are a winner. I am gonna be right back. I need to top off on water, so stick around. I am back. I knew I wouldn't be long. Hydrate up, everyone. It is very important. We are off to the town square with our salmon. And it's time for a winter feast. Enjoy!
I've gotten much better at cooking. Giva showed me how to make mulligatawny soup. Smell this. Isn't it delicious?
Is it edible? You have a track record for making inedible soup.
This winter feast is such a pleasant idea. I came round Cameron's consciousness center and showed him how to make mulligatawny soup. It's not as good as what you get in Mumbai, but we did all right.
I told Sebastian he could handle our winter feast food, and he made instant mac and cheese. Sophia should be here. But also, it's good she's not. She'd never let me forget this.
I mean, he's a teenager, and you asked him to make a potluck dish. I feel like that's kind of on you, Violet.
I like working with my hands, but I've never been a good cook, so I stick to making the booths for Winter Feast. And we get sugar cookies for Emmy and Finn to decorate. That's the Doll Johnson contribution.
Oh, that's cute.
It's a relief that Kim handled the roast this year. They'd never undercooked the meat. A few years ago, Kai said he'd do the roast, but he took it out too early. Ugh, imagine trying to take care of an entire town with food poisoning.
Amira, I'm trying to eat.
I mean, are you though? How are you doing, Mom? We're here at the winter feast. We made salmon. We made that roast salmon dish. One of the kids made instant mac and cheese, so they're my best friend.
Last year, Juliet helped us make snowballs so we could have a snowball fight with Natalia and Angus. I wish she was here.
Yeah, Sophia and Juliet said that they were not coming.
A few weeks ago, I showed Angus how to make coquito, and he liked it so much that I
need
made
a
another
haircut
batch
so
for the
bad.
winter feast.
What's coquito?
Oh, mija. It's a Puerto Rican holiday tradition. Sort of like eggnog, but with coconut milk.
That was a noise, Francis.
Everyone says Emmy and Finn are annoying, but I think they're fun. And during the winter feast, I can have a snowball fight with them. That way no one's saying, why is that grown woman throwing snow around like a kid?
Ah, the classic I did it for the children excuse.
Valid. I'm gonna come talk to Kim later. I brought the mushrooms so that they could make a shiitake sauce for the
You could have
roast.
brought cookies like us, but you brought fish? Ew!
Finn, it was Grandma Hazel's recipe.
Nothing keeps you warmer inside than smoked trout. I love sitting inside the fish smokehouse as a boy. Real cozy.
I'll take your word for it.
Violet's been dealing with a lot lately, so I told her I'd handle the winter feast for us. I made boxed mac, which is the best food I know. But she's acting mad at me.
You know, I love your mac and cheese, Sebastian. To die for.
Ever since my parents went back to Johannesburg, they'd mail me amarula to bring to the winter feast. Hot chocolate with whiskey? Boring. Hot chocolate with amarula?
I don't know what amarula is. Is it like amaretto?
Oh, winter makes me homesick for milk water. Except for the winter feast. We don't have anything like this in Milkwater. Or maybe there was and I never noticed. My family didn't go to many potlucks.
Have you tried my caramel milk? It's like a caramel latte, but there's no coffee. Sophia makes the only decent espresso on the island, so...
Didn't want to step on her toes. That was kind of you, Marty.
Oh, I tried your salmon. It's delicious. Just like Hazel used to make.
I did it for you, Grandma! I'm not okay.
I see you brought fish. That's very nice.
I don't like you. You can pretty easily tempt me to hell with caramel. Would you drink a caramel milk, though? Because I don't know, to me, I don't know that I see them blending together unless it's a hot drink.
I'm trying not to look overwhelmed, but I haven't been to a feast this pleasant in years.
Are you okay?
Yes, just homesick, and grateful to Kim for inviting me.
That was nice of Kim to invite our puppy dog. He's a very good boy.
I made steamed cabbage, but no one is eating it. Huh.
Maybe you could add some seasoning next time.
What's wrong with plain cabbage?
Oh no, you're the kind of person who just boils vegetables and calls it a dish. Thomas!
There's so much snow coming down. Wait. Was it even snowing?
Now you've got... I'm pretty sure it was snowing since I've gotten here, Shelby. Pretty sure.
Cooking isn't my thing. You have to be so careful, you know? I'm too, chill for that. One year before Kim moved here, I said I'd make Kahlua pork for the winter feast roast. It smelled ono, but turns out I undercooked it.
I have been told about that. Do you think peppercorn is spicy? Welcome in, Minuet. It's good to see you. I forget how I know you. I want to say it's through Sekhmet or, yeah, Boomerang. But I could be way wrong. I always like to play that degrees of separation.
Sweet potato casserole. Sweet potatoes are like if regular potatoes went out and had a bunch of life experiences. They're just way more interesting. Don't tell my Polish ancestors I said that.
It would be weird if I could.
Oh, it's through Boom. Okay, I was like, I feel like we've raided, or like I've been a part of a raid that went to your channel at some point. Welcome in. We are playing Wildflowers. We are in the winter, and I'm trying really, really hard to finish this game before the new year. I'm loving it. I just have like 5 different farming sims on my lineup right now, and it's a little too much. Let me do a little shouty outy. This game is good. A lot of people, from what I've understood, cannot get over the art style for this game. I like it. I find it a bit whimsical. Like, it's cartoonish, but in a way that's, like, light and fun. But some people are just like, it looks like Bitmoji made a video game, and I don't like it. I just like that it's different. Like, a lot of old school farming sims that were pixelated are fine, but I want something a little different, I guess.
I love shiitake. Nothing like an umami burst to keep the cold away.
Beef and shiitake. Okay, have I talked to everyone here? Have I spoken with everyone? I want to see if Sophia is somewhere. Kind of hoping she'd be here. I can't do anything here at the moment. Like, props to Studio Dry Dock for trying something new and kind of acknowledging, yeah, it might not be for everyone, but you know what? That's okay. Alright. Spoken to you. I've gotten all my food. I've spoken to you. I'm gonna go up north and see if Sophia is, like, hiding, or if she is truly staying in her home. I wouldn't want to miss a detail like that. Thought Sophia lived back here. I liked The Sims 3, and I bought The Sims 4, and then I have not played it. Like Farming Sims or The Sims? Because yes, that's a good answer. Okay, I don't see anything going on. Thought it was worth a shot. Okay. Wesley's here. The greenhouse is almost done. I have to make the pumpkin soup, but I need the greenhouse first. Why don't we go do some spoilery magic-y things?
Am I sure I'm done with the feed?
Yep. Hooray. You check people's channels before you follow, because you can't watch too many games. I think that's a good way to do it. Personally, I don't love a lot of first-person shooter-style games. Like, I just don't have much interest in watching them. So as nice as a person may be, and as nice as like their aesthetic and overlays might look, if it's a game that I just have zero interest, I find that I have trouble even like connecting with a streamer. Okay, my wand is supposedly more powerful, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, I know Minecraft can be rather hit or miss for L, but specifically if I'm doing parkour, it's a no-go. And I did learn a couple of different Minecraft parkour maps. Okay, are we going deeper? We're not going this way. 4 is very shallow, but the building is nice. And I mean, I've never gotten to play The Sims for the building before, and I feel like I would enjoy it. I like building. I like interior design. I just need to sit down and do the thing. Alright. Yeah. You are a minor nuisance. You're going to play Sims 2 on stream, but EA is taking it away from you, which is very sad. Is your PC capable of emulating, or is that tricky? I feel like I played a lot of Sims 2 on GameCube, if I'm remembering correctly. Is there still nothing here? I upgraded my wand, and for what? I thought there was gonna be something here. You know, to, like, do. Like, that was the whole point. You will have to borrow a version that works on new PCs. Valid. I very much enjoy borrowing games that I already own. It's been a really long time getting it working, and now EA is like, nope, can't have it anymore. I'm taking this away from you. It's a bummer. Okay. I guess I can't do anything here right now. Which is a real bummer. I made Violet come out all this way. My babies, they look so much happier. Yeah, see, I don't need a magic device to remember to come feed them. I need a magic device to produce the feed. Because the stupid fodder salesperson is closed 50% of the time. It's a sham, I tells ya. I'm so proud of you, Beatrix. You were my only chicken that did not get sick. You sustained your life energies on my scritches alone, and I love you for this. We did, however, run around like a maniac on the beach, summoning coconuts. You will not make Beatrix get sick. She is the true chicken MVP. It cannot be done. She got sick once and said, nope, this isn't for me. My immune system is too strong now. I like how Cataclysm mooed and the milk just appeared in my hand. Best cow. The one thing I think I can do is have Parker build a hay field, and that might produce my own fodder. Which would be amazing! And I think I need it. Alright, let's clear up some space. Chicken needs to tell me her secrets. Me too! We spent the summer with a house too humid, and I think we had a little bit of a mold problem over the summer, but I swear I was sick for like months at a time. And it was never intense. It was always just enough to be like annoyed. And of course, every allergy symptom is also a COVID symptom, so that was also a thing. Mold will do it, yeah. So we now have the moisture under control, and we've done a lot of deep cleaning, and hopefully that has kind of like fixed it. Yes, I need to factory reset my immune system, please. I don't want this one anymore. I installed too much stuff on it, and it doesn't work. Either that or there was supposed to be an update and they can't patch the update through. Yes, now it's too slow. Your daughter's in daycare, so you're screwed no matter what. Oh no. I mean, I feel for you. My husband Fudge works with kids, so I feel like he's constantly going to be picking up whatever they're throwing around. You go, girl. Tara is just so freaking excited about chopping these trees. Yeah! You tell him. Choppy chop. Oh, I'm out of energy. I could drink a potion, I could slam a Mountain Dew energy, or I could just go to bed. I think I'm gonna just go to bed. Can't pick my apples, can't pick my lemons. Eh. It can wait.
Is it time for bed?
It absolutely is, Tara. No mail. We do have some honey, though. Just some. I need to plant more crocuses. One of my other New Year's resolutions this year, aside from just wanting to follow through and be more, show more intention with the things that I'm doing in my life, I want to get away from focusing on metrics, on numbers, things that are sometimes not even in my control. A couple years ago, I made a resolution to just do more dog walks, and I hope my dog is not listening. Please don't be listening, Hazel. But we made that a resolution, and I had made a cute little calendar to just color in the calendar day when we took her out for a walk. I ended up doing a really good job, and I want to say we did it almost daily through April, and then I just kept forgetting to color in the calendar. We kept doing the walks, which was the important part, but I kept getting mad at myself because I couldn't remember if we had done it or not, and I just felt bad that I didn't keep up with the calendar, and it's that wasn't the important part. So, just kind of trying to get away from the idea that a habit is only worth doing if you do it every single day without fail. I think doing something with regularity or consistency has to be defined by you. And I don't know why we feel like if we stray from a habit or a pattern or a routine even once, that suddenly it's inconsistent. And it's I mean, not really. If you take one day off of doing something that you've done every day for a month and then you go back to doing it every day, you're still pretty consistent. If you drew every day, your hands would fall off. Exactly. And I feel like I got a little bit kinder with myself this year over my daily bean posting that I was doing. I was drawing a little Beans, my little stream pet. I was drawing him on a post-it note on a fairly regular basis, but it ended up not being every day. And you know what? I ended up being okay with that. And I think that's what you want. Baby steps towards being okay with that sort of thing. that, you know, a routine, a resolution.
Stray cat around?
Doesn't have to be every day.
It might want a warm place to stay until the storm season is over.
You mean my cat, Natalia? No, my cat is fine. I also feel like I genuinely got better at drawing my little beans throughout the year. The blog posting that will be going up tomorrow will show tiny little sneak peek of the new version of beans, the one that will be the one that will come out on Mario Day 2023, my big ol' rebrand day. I do have to upgrade some of my other artworks. I wanted to upgrade my model.
Drat. I can't believe the ferry's broken down now. I was supposed to go to a luncheon in Milkwater honoring my mother's decades of civil service.
Sorry. Sorry you can't. But see, I think that's the mindset to get into, is that the one day you did not do the thing does not take away from the times that you did. Like, it doesn't have to be a give and take. You can just celebrate the fact that, like, oh hey, I drew, like, I don't know, like 50 different beanses this year. We're gonna buy some tea. We're gonna buy some cinnamon. I don't need more silkworms. I don't need saffron for anything. But maybe I can... yeah, I can sell you some silk. It is about mentally reframing how you look at it. And it can be really hard because you almost have to, like, change the way your brain is wired a little bit. Because there is something that is satisfying about saying, I did this every day this year. Or, like, I tried to do Inktober a couple years, but instead of art, I would do a poem about the prompt. And I don't think I ever got good about doing it every single day, but I would sometimes go back and do like 2 in a day. But I won't lie, it can be tough. Juliet's been getting better at the guitar. I still feel bad. And Parker's not open today, so I can't do that. You think you've maybe done 3 Inktober pieces in your whole life. I mean, to me, the important part of Inktober was the fact that it was supposed to be something that you draw in pen, so that you just draw the piece and don't focus on mistakes or what it looks like. You draw, and that was the whole point of it. I kind of do that now. Once a week, I have a little electronic etch-a-sketch called a boogie board, and I draw a little, like, motivational quote, or, like, a seasonal, like, right now, it's Happy New Year, and then a little 2023 drawing. But the thing I like about that is there's no erase, there's just a full clean slate. So I do my best to just accept that whatever I have drawn is what I have drawn for the week. And I want to say that, like, maybe once every 2 months, I'm like, nope, I ran out of space. I did not space my letters out appropriately. I have to erase and start over. But otherwise, I really try to just go with it.
Now we're completely trapped on an island with a bunch of people who actually thought my mom might be a witch. Awesome.
My heart goes out for you, Juliet. Alright. Nobody look. Am I really? No, I'll just go there. I'm running low on fast travel potion. We do, unfortunately, live in a society that is very hyper-focused on productivity, to the point where, like, we even feel like, oh, if I'm not efficiently enjoying my day off, something is wrong with me. And it's like, no, that's not how rest works. But it's so, like, deeply rooted that it can be really hard to take a breather and unlearn that. I think the other side of the coin is that sometimes it is rewarding to, like, do a thing that you said, oh, I was gonna do a drawing every day, and I did. Like, there is something rewarding about that. And I don't think it's worthwhile to take away the fact that it's rewarding, but I think we can learn that there's other ways to reward ourselves for doing the thing.
Hi, Tara. Need some parchment or maybe some new ink?
My hair is driving me nuts.
I'm hoping you might have a special incantation in your ancient scroll collection. We need to call a new witch to the Coven Circle.
Now that you mention it, I do think I saw something like that when I was doing inventory last week.
How convenient!
Here we are. You'll need at least 4 members of the Coven to cast it round the circle with you. And here's the full list of ingredients for the incantation.
You're calling a new witch? Oh, that will pull a lot of magic from the wellspring. It's unstable as it is. Your high priestess shouldn't act rashly out of desperation. The island has seen long winters before.
Really? When? What happened?
Oh, what happened was a bunch of colonists froze. Their leader couldn't resist the siren song of the stones.
Hey, I've known plenty of sirens, and they're unfairly maligned. It's not their fault some sailors can't steer their ships.
Point is, no one made it out of their camp in the woods that winter. I grew up hearing that story, and I bet Thomas did too. That's why he keeps clear.
Right. And it was the call of the gloaming that brought them to ruin, not the winter. Take heed, witchling.
Was he a werewolf? Why would you ever think that?
Sometimes I go sit by Shelby's fire pit, just to make sure he's doing all right. Now that Hazel and Marcus are both gone, he's the Coven's only elder. He deserves respect, even if he doesn't seem to care whether he gets it.
Yeah, everyone who lives here in Ravenwood Hollow is not human. Wesley used to live in Alaska before he was bitten, and he is very torn up about it because after he was bitten, he left home without saying goodbye. He's horribly homesick, but does not think that his family will accept him like this. He's a very good boy who loves his tummy rubs. He also loves wine. I don't recommend giving wine to an actual doggy, though. Your detective novel?
Oh, I can't wait to drink some of this while...
Yep, your detective novel. You told me about that detective novel. You've told me about that detective novel about 80 times now. Why don't you sit down and read it? See? The Year of Intention. Don't just keep saying, oh, I'm gonna read that book. Just do it! Sit down and read the damn book. That's directed at me. I do that a lot, and I have at least learned this year that ADHD might be a factor in it. So, like, I want to balance it out. I don't want to be mean to myself. I want to understand the way my brain works. But I also just want to live my life with a bit more intention. Like, say things because I intend to do it now. Don't say things to, like, internalize guilt or feel weird about it. Just do the thing. Wait, do I have the incantation? Or do I just know how to do it? I thought he said I needed to make it. Yeah, I do need to make it. Unsurprisingly, Wesley was one of the fandom favorites. How long am I gonna be on? I don't know. I was trying to see how much of this game I could finish. And I don't have anything going on tomorrow, so maybe a little longer. Giant lotus and parchment. Where do I get a giant lotus? Anyone got a giant lotus sitting around? With a backstory like that, how can you not like him? Yeah, I mean, a lot of the characters here actually do have some pretty rich backstory. I even want to say Tara has some pretty rich backstory. That's the most interesting thing about this game, in my opinion, is that you are Tara. You don't design your character, you don't set your name. You play as Tara, and you tell her story. you can kind of like hint at how you think she should feel about certain things because the game gives you a couple dialogue options, but ultimately her story's already been written.
Why would Natalia say she had proof that Sophia was a witch and then change her mind?
Why are you
It
leading
makes
an actual witch
I mean,
hunt?
us look like we called a town hall meeting for no reason.
Guess what? You did. I should just stop talking to you. Aw, you guys went to Outback. Lucky. We got Chinese carryout. It was very yummy. We're in the winter, and it's snowing now. You love that too, I know. I had wonton soup, my favorite. I used to love the fried wontons. I'm moving away from them for a couple of reasons, but also because if I'm still feeling even a slight bit sniffly, I'd rather get some, like, broth. Did you make the greenhouse? No, but I have everything I need, and I'm going on Monday. Parker's not open over the weekend. We've been hinting a little bit about the big Mario Day rebrand stream. Welcome back, Sekhmet. Has dinner been dinnered? You have much more nacho in you. Hi, Litchi! And Momdria is here. We're having a good evening. We're just hanging out. It's winter. We did the town's winter feast. Oh, that's a cute emote. Winter is going pretty well. Some interesting things are happening. I went and I got my wand upgraded. And I was told to go back into the gloaming with a more powerful wand. There was nothing there, so I'm kind of mad about that. Did I figure out how Cameron was messing up his soup so bad? Not exactly, but Giva did offer to come over and teach him how to make mulligatawny. Not Italian wedding. Very sorry about that. It had to be mulligatawny. So she has taught him now how to make soup so that he can run his soup kitchen. And we also found out, I don't think I can hate Cameron anymore. He is running a local like sobriety support group in town, and Giva attends. We found out when we brought her some tea that she was making it for the meeting, and Bruno also started attending. I like a game that can deal with some of the like more mature subject matters, but like in kind of a chill way. I don't know if that makes sense. I still, unfortunately, need to make him some pumpkin soup. Do I need to make the thing first? I can't make the thing without the giant lotus.
I brought the incantation to call a new witch from Wesley, High Priestess.
Well done. Ah, we will need a giant lotus. I believe I've seen it past the second pillar in the gloaming.
If Tara's going back in the gloaming, I'm going with her.
Very well. Let me know when you're ready, and I will place a keystone to open the second pillar.
How was I supposed to know?
Okay, let's go. I'm ready to go past the second pillar, High Priestess.
Very well. Novice and Herbalist, take your places on the portal.
Gonna go lurk mode? Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by. We are getting into some very spoilerier
flowers
territory.
You really are a magpie. You know that?
We have to craft the incantation. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you could stop by. Pow! What was that? Oh, it's a tree.
Tara, look! Another Echo Blossom.
Spoilers ahoy. Yeet!
No one seems to be taking Shelby's prophecy seriously. Lena and Giacomo just want to keep the town from finding out about us. Arno and Kaya are too busy planning their move back home, and Hazel seems distracted lately. But I can't forget what Shelby said. A daughter of the Coven will be in mortal danger. I will protect Violet, even if I have to do it alone.
There was a prophecy? About me? Why didn't anyone in the Coven tell me? It really is my fault she came in here. She was trying to protect me.
You can't blame yourself, Violet. It is not your fault. You were just a kid.
I'm going to find her, Tara. No matter what, I need to know what happened.
The wool weed is what I need. I don't know if I need more of... Oh, come on. Minor nuisance at best. Do you think...
Is that what we're looking for? I think. Yes. Yes, it is. Go get it.
You go get it.
I would, but these are new shoes.
Fine. Oh, I guess I'm too heavy for it. Rude.
We need levitation potion. Have you got some?
Obviously. What kind of witch would I be otherwise?
Okay, great. Now, drink it.
What is it with you and making me guinea pig these random potions? How do you know it's safe?
Well, if it isn't, Amir will fix you right up.
Why do I let you talk me into these things?
Bottoms up.
Well, it seems to be working, and I still have all my fingers and toes.
This is literally gasoline that you pour into your broom. Okay, bye. Gotta go get dinner. Take care, Kate. Thanks for stopping by. You get a nice little double kick on your way out.
I could drink.
Look at me skipping and a hopping. I'm sorry your attack missed.
Looks like
mod powers. Oh, I can fish here. I can fish here? Hold up. I know you want it. Look at you, pretty little thing. Complifish. A fish that boosts your confidence. Gross. I don't know what was going on with that fish's body proportions. I just love that I'm skipping. Whee! Oh, all better.
We any closer to sorting out who shattered our gate into pieces, High Priestess?
No, but whoever did it left the cauldron and altar unbothered. The glamour must still be holding.
But who outside of the Coven or Ravenwood Hollow would have the power to break the gate in the first place?
I hate to bring this up, but it's not just magical intruders we need to worry about. Kiva has a new drone that she's been testing in order to release something called dropsons into the atmosphere.
That must be the secret new project she was talking about.
The good news is she's not very good at piloting it yet. I only know she has it because she crashed it by my house.
That's bad news, actually. If she were to crash it by our circle, she would come in after it. We can't risk it. Novice, you must find a way to sabotage this new drone so that it won't work.
Can't we place a magical barrier to keep the drone out?
Magical barriers would not work against a mechanical device of human invention. We simply can't allow it to come near. You will need Zephyr's assistance. I'm sure she can fashion something that will prevent the drone from working.
No. I don't want to sabotage my future wife. I hate this. I know! Her drone did nothing wrong. God, my hair. I need to get better at the boy band hair flip. I need parchment. And I will need to get parchment from Westley. Can't just shoot you back to 2010 like that. What did I say? What did I do? Did I unlock a core memory? Oh, the boy band hair flip. Is that really a 2010 thing? I mean, I just watched Turning Red this year and they were doing it. I thought it was just a thing. I need to see if I can make chai. You feel like the height of Justin Bieber was around then. You might be right there. I don't think I can fault you with that one. Yeah, I haven't had a haircut since August. My mom told me someone I could call, and I just never did. I like having my aunt cut my hair. What can I say? I also want to dye it. Last August was when I dyed my hair green. And we're gonna do another fun color. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad that we didn't end up doing the stretch goal that was chat picks my hair color. Any ideas yet? I have 2 ideas. Both ideas are fire related, but one would be like a blue flame and one would be like an orange flame. And I haven't picked which one yet. Purple retained very, very well in my hair. It actually kind of like, it did its own rainbow kaleidoscope thing while it was fading, and it was amazing. The green was okay. I liked it. It just didn't fade as fun as the purple did. And I've done red a couple of times as highlights. It never fades nicely. It always goes to like a really ugly kind of copper orange. Like a pink copper. I don't know. I don't like it when the red fades. And the red's only like vibrant for like a week. So that's why I hesitate to do like a red, orange, yellow fire effect. The other thought I had was to just go with like a bleached white-haired anime boy look. But I like to kind of keep the like cut parts or like the buzzed parts not dyed. Now am I bringing you back to 2010? It's funny though, because when I got my hair dyed purple, my aunt did have to like bleach it almost white,
Hi,
Uh,
Tara.
and I really
Wanna
liked
see these
it.
build plans?
Always. What's your latest invention?
Oh, gosh, I didn't invent this. It's what humans would call an Archimedes screw. Very old.
Okay, regardless of who invented it, what does it, do?
Oh, it pumps water from one place into another. So I figure I can replace the ferry's bilge pump with one of these. That way the ferry won't take on more water while I'm repairing it. I mean, while Thomas, Parker, and me are repairing it. All together.
That's genius. What are you going to make the Archimedes screw out of?
Bronze is best. It holds up real well in salt water. I've got loads of tin lying around to make a bronze alloy, but no copper. Oh, could you fetch me some?
Yeah.
Sure, no problem.
Woohoo! Thanks! I can't wait to get started!
I need 20. You have so many things to talk about right now. I need the pearl dust. I was gonna buy seeds from Perry. Back with Advil. Welcome back. I'm hoping that the Advil is helping you out.
I'm supposed to live in Milkwater, but now that the ferry's broken down, I'll just have to tell everyone I'm staying with Damon, even though I'd never really stay there. It's the definition of bachelor pad.
Ow, tea's hot. Yeah, it does that. See, that's the issue I have with hot beverages. They are hot, 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 and then immediately lukewarm. Like, they just go from undrinkably hot to lukewarm in a matter of seconds. And I cannot drink a whole thing of tea in seconds.
Why is this a problem? Can you not simply swim to the mainland?
That's a long swim in very, very cold water.
Ah, right. Perhaps try evolving wings.
I'll get right on that, Perry. Right on that. Something tells me I'm gonna need these magic bean seeds. Perry, have you tried getting good? Have you tried not sucking? You humans, I mean, just simply try not sucking. Okay. Zephyr doesn't want to talk about that. Zephyr wants 20 copper. So I guess I do this first. You don't have a Zellshot sub right now, but pretend you're spamming the get good emote. I will pretend. It is a good emote. Beverages. Let's make some chai. She should be working. I'm gonna see if I can go give her some tea. I usually enjoy gift subs to people. And mostly it is because I would rather find a way to support them more directly, but then I also feel bad because I'm like, damn it, I want the emotes. So I often will just watch enough to get a lot of channel points. Part of me wonders if Twitch knows just how much would change. I mean, I wouldn't say a 60-40, like 60% to the streamer cut would be enough to change everything. 75% might be, though. You did work hard on your emotes, and I like them. Hi, Giva. I'm very sorry, sweetie. I'm gonna have to sabotage your drone.
You probably know that no two snowflakes are alike, but do you know why?
I've never even thought about it, so no.
It's the temperature. Snowflakes are exposed to hundreds of little heat fluctuations as they fall. The chances of two snowflakes experiencing the same fluctuations are microscopic, or practically speaking, 0.
Will you accept that science, Sekhmet? I don't have any more shrimpies, but have some tea.
You must be a mind reader.
You also never thought about that. That is acceptable science, yes. Okay. Yeah, Giva had some magic science bullshit where she got a rock from underground and was able to tell that there was an earthquake like 100 years ago, and that the earthquake like originated like not on tectonic plates or something. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand Giva's science. Yes, I know, you were very upset about it. I want to tell the scientist everything. I don't want to lie to her. Alright, chat. I'm gonna top off on water and take a quick bio break. I will be right back. I'll put some music on for you while I'm gone. I am back. Hopefully you haven't been without music for too terribly long. But before I forget, we're gonna do a shout out for Love Litchy. She is part of the Cool Gamer Retirement Home, our little stream collective, and she is also a part of a Monster VTuber stream collection. The name is escaping me right now. They had their debut a week or two ago, and she's going to be starting up a Soul Nuzlocke stream collab with Echo Amaretto. Highly recommend dropping a follow. Yes, a Soul Link. What was I doing? Those always go so well, don't they? Don't they just always go perfectly well with no problems at all? Nothing ever goes wrong. See, I would love to do something like that with another streamer, but I already, like, coordinate so many collabs and stuff, and I just feel like doing a longer-term collaboration, I would need a lot more planning up front, or just a lot more commitment of, okay, this is gonna be every Tuesday or whatever. For a while, when we were just starting out, the Cool Gamer Retirement Home did Stardew Valley Sunday, and that was pretty enjoyable. We did end up having some scheduling issues, though. And I kind of want to say that that might be why we stopped, is we just had enough people who were not able to make it. Jake did a Soul Link Nuzlocke, and it was the other person who got them killed on, like, stream 2. Oh man, that is unfortunate. I don't know if there is, like, a specific set for Soul Link rules, or if it's kind of like Nuzlocke, where each person doing the challenge sets their own rules. I still didn't know there was, like, a Kaizo Ironmon mode for random Pokemon Nuzlocks, except you just get one random Pokemon, and you have to do the entire game with that one Pokemon, with all other Pokemon's, like, movesets randomized. They had a bad string of early deaths, Smant and Sia. And they kept encountering legendaries, oh my gosh. Ironmon is pretty wild. The only person I'm watching doing Ironmon right now is Grand Pooh Bear. They had an agreed rule set, and yes, we got them both killed on a random trainer. I mean, it happens. And of course, it doesn't mean that you have to say, okay, challenge is over. Like, you could start over. But I also understand that scheduling is a bear. Alright, I need that pearl dust. You don't think they did? It was very funny. Sometimes just leaning into the humor of it is like, okay, I guess the challenge is over. We lost. Sorry. I don't think I've ever streamed Pokemon. I streamed Arceus once because I had just gotten it. And I had streamed a bit of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which I considered to be different. But I have never streamed a mainline Pokemon game. I just don't know if streaming them is for me. The way I play Pokemon is very ambient. I usually play it while I'm watching something else. I get super distracted. Which, I mean, like, some people might enjoy. But I don't know if I would enjoy it. I don't feel like there's always something to talk about in Pokemon. That was actually why I stopped playing Mario Luigi Superstar Saga on stream, was because I got to a point where I had to start grinding and fighting every enemy I encountered, and it got kind of boring. You don't understand how to Pokemon. If you could stream it, you'd get yourself some Poke lessons. Would you pay for those with Pokecoin? Inquiring minds want to know. I will say that Pokemon, at least the newer games, are very good at teaching you. So you might not need lessons. Unless you want to get into, like, the competitive meta, and in which case, yeah, you might want some lessons. But to just play the game will hold your hand through a lot of that. I actually recently got my cousin's little one, Pokemon Sword, as a Christmas gift. You remember in the other Soul Link, they were naming their mons by smashing together the names of their two catches. That is an awful name, and I will not say that out loud. I see you would extort lessons from Jake, is what's happening. He would be a good person to get Poke lessons from. Alright, I'm gonna go buy more cow food at the store. You guys want anything? What about you, Cataclysm? Do you want anything? Okay. I'll go get that. One cow food for me, please! I will buy one extra cow food for Sekhmet. He technically volunteered. Okay, well, I mean, that's a little bit better. Less extortionist that way. 41. That one's for you, Sekhmet. You enjoy your cow food. The prints that show up to guide you between screens are ginormous. They are pretty big compared to my feet. I would be interested in playing Core Keeper. I actually showed it to Fudge. I got to watch a little bit of the sleepover stream that you sent. I forget their names already. We are going to Natalia first, if she's open. Then Parker. Secret Sleepover Society. I said sleepover. I think I got the key word. Are you a fan, Elle? Julia's your favorite Drawfee. They were talking a lot about Drawfee in chat, and I kind of figured that there must be some sort of correlation. You can probably tell by all the eyeballs. I'm not very well versed in Drawfee. Not that I don't think I'd be interested. Here's your copper. Go fix the fairy.
Hi, Zephyr.
I know why you're here. The High Priestess told me you have a nosy mortal problem. I can make a scrambling device so that any data the drone picks up will be useless. Just need you to get me some copper so I can make some wire to redirect the transmitter, and some gold for the connector pins.
Lots of metal. Got it.
Okay,
Did you get your hands on any copper?
I sure did. Have a look.
Yes, now go fix the
this
fairy.
is just what I need. I'll melt the copper down and combine it with the tin straight away. I use a Grimspark family incantation to make the alloy extra strong. It's the niftiest thing. I'd show it to you, but you're not a Grimspark, so take this instead.
Thanks, Zephyr.
Don't mention it, my friend.
Hooray!
Why
They're
do
not
humans
open right
deck
now.
the halls with holly in the wintertime? Don't they know that's to keep goblins away? Hurts my feelings, to tell you the truth.
I know, I don't want to sabotage her data. I don't. Like, I want it to only not work over the, forest, but... don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, I can't wait to...
Yep, your detective novels, we know. Thank you, Wesley. You sitting down to read? No, okay. Go sit down. Go read your book. I thought maybe you had something special to say. Julia, when did you learn Blender? You are watching me learn Blender. Oh my gosh, my one coworker was impressed by my holiday card. I posted it in the Discord. Let me... I posted it in the Discord, but she was like, oh my god, I loved your holiday card. I showed it to, like, my nephew. I forget how they're related. And, he really liked it. He also does art. And then she pulls up, his Instagram, and it's, like, tagged with, like, hashtag Blender, and it's a bunch of 3D art. And I'm just like, he knows Blender? She did not know what Blender was. I had to tell her what it was. Wait. I will waste this. Parker! Open up! You saw nothing, Emmy. Green house. What do you mean? Oh, I don't have the money. God damn it. I cry. I wasted potion. I cry real tears. I don't have the money for the greenhouse. I gotta go sell fish sticks. Thank you, captions, for not absolutely royally screwing me over on that one. I would rather not, Elle. I also thought that it was going to be trying to have me sell some phallic fish, which I also don't want to do. Or some fish phalluses. I'd rather not. Oh, wait. Where is... I don't have any magic. Fish palaces. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. I don't want to sell any fish palaces. The captions are working overtime right now. I am so proud of you, Pixel Chat. Baby's all grown up. I still can't say grapes, though. It's the one thing I can't say, so we say hydrated raisins. Or uvas. Wait, no. How much time can we waste? So much time! I guess if we're still talking New Year's goals, yours is to learn Blender. I have channel points. Would you like me to help you with that? I would be more than happy. I have the power. I mean, I could save up and buy your love. Something I am also capable of doing. Can you believe a streamer's just selling love like that? I know. Can you imagine the power move of a mod getting enough channel points to be like, I'm not your mod anymore. That'd be so mean. I quit. Give me a diamond, though. Alright, I need copper. I need gold. I need to make my incantation. I need more money. It would be so funny that you would simply have to respect it. See, no, it's not about quitting. It's the power move of saving up the channel points. And then, of course, you could just decide to continue to make Buy My Love more and more expensive. Indefinitely. Which would also be funny. I think once I found out my mom had enough channel points to make me end stream, that's when I got rid of that. But I did create the channel point option for her to make me switch and play Minecraft. You are going to, actually. I mean, that's the thing, is that VIP status is, it's a limited commodity. You could be like Based Windu, who has his highlight my message set at 100,000 channel points for no reason. Bears are really exciting. If I can make the Twitch integrated throwing system work with ViatoTube, I might give it a try myself. Just because I would love for you to be able to throw power-ups and like Mario Kart items at me. I feel like that would be funny. You can? Excellent. That might be a rebrand day thing. My issue is that it is going to be so hard for me, like, whenever I get new emotes, whenever I do stream upgrade things, I like to show them off right away. I get so excited and eager about them. I am going to absolutely die trying to show people nothing until the rebrand day. I'm going to simply just perish, is what's going to happen. It won't interact with the model, but mine doesn't either. I mean, it just kind of like is supposed to chuck stuff at you. I don't know if it matters if you like...
Is it time for bed?
If you're not a bouncy VTuber, I don't know if it matters if it doesn't interact with you when it hits you. You're excited for all the stuff you made for the Portal 2 stream? I liked it. I liked your little, the little stamps that you had. I unfortunately, like, I got my new headphones, but then I kept not bringing them into work, and I don't remember where I put my old ones. So I was not able to interact as much as I usually would like. So we made an incantation. We're gonna summon a new witch. I don't know why we're doing this. This feels like really bad timing. The town is already, like, gathering pitchforks and torches. And we're gonna bring a new witch into the mix. You didn't realize how bad roommate sounded? You mean, like, microphone issues? I was unfortunately not very useful for helping with that kind of troubleshooting. I like to when I can. But alas. I mean, I think the funniest thing that ever happened to me on stream was, I had asked Lucavian, who made an entire, like, parkour challenge for our Minecraft finale. I had given him the floor on Discord to talk about his process, and then after he was done, someone was like, was someone else talking? My Discord was so low in the volume mix that they, like, couldn't hear him, and I was like, He was talking for like 15 minutes and no one said anything? Like, I'm not gonna blame people because, like, look, taking care of my audio issues is not necessarily chat's responsibility. But I always do love when people point out, like, oh, so-and-so is quiet on Discord. And I've also gotten better at asking when I know I'm in a Discord call. Can you hear everyone? Because it's a very common problem when you do collabs or multi-streams. Oh yeah, Sekhmet, do you think you're available for some Viking fun tomorrow? I haven't decided if I'm going to stream it yet. I don't even know if I can, if my OBS is going to behave. But we might have some plans for some Viking fun as a collab later this year. Sister's always low, but she's not on that often. I'll keep that in mind. And yeah, Barry doesn't always join the collabs. Alrighty, that's fine. We can always, I mean, I already have the item you get from beating that boss. And also, we're already taking, my good buddy Snake into the next biome anyway. It hasn't always gone well, is the thing, but, you know, it's fine. He's doing very well. Fishing / snorkeling, though. Has it warmed up where you're at? Like, today, I want to say we had a little weather spurt of it being, like, in the 60s. I'm out of flour. It went back up to 70s and 80s. Yeah. What do I... Can't make those. I need more of this. I need powdered calcium. And we need more essence of copper. No. Yes. I feel like it's a nice juggling game. And I genuinely mean that. I want to give my time at Portia another shot, but that felt like almost a stressful juggling game of like needing to have everything going at all times. And I wasn't always that good at that. Do you want to do that one on stream? I like Portia. I really do. It just got to a point where I felt like if I didn't have all of my, like, stuff going, I was playing the game poorly, and I didn't like that. $5,000. You don't like the date mechanics? It's, do you mean like the time of day, or are there like relationship date mechanics? Because I played until the summer, but I don't think I ever got close enough to anyone.
You look troubled.
Do I? I'm not. Not at all. It's just my face.
Tara, you can't just say that about someone. That's so mean. Here. Relationship date mechanics. Will you get forced to go on a date with her?
Sure.
That's weird. She was an interesting one. He's a wet dog. Oh wait, no, I wanted flour. There we go, baby. Oh, Parker. I want my greenhouse. Sheesh. I didn't summon this one, I swear. Wasn't me. Hey, Parker, I know it's pouring rain, but can you go work on my greenhouse,
I'll
please?
get this greenhouse up in no time. Should
Thank
only take
you.
a day or so.
I need to go water my crops in the gloaming. And then I think I will go visit Zephyr. I'm running out of time today. Maybe I'll see Zephyr tomorrow. This is kind of a really unfortunate place to have to grow the magical crops just because it's like it's not easy to get to. It's not right here. And they're also spread out. But honestly, I am really glad to hear that you guys have been thoroughly enjoying this game. Like, the fact that some people were like, this is my favorite farming sim I've ever watched. I like that, because I feel like this game did a lot of new things, and I'm kind of hoping that it will encourage other farming sims to kind of think outside the box a little. I'm hoping to get back into Harvestella and Rune Factory, which were my other magic farming sims. I don't tend to play much Stardew Valley anymore just because without specific goals in mind, I don't know what I'm doing.
You got that copper and gold yet?
Yes. Now what?
Ha! I'll make your scrambler, that's what. Oh, don't worry. I'll pop in to give a shop when she's not there and stick it on the drone myself.
I don't like it. It says it's gonna destroy
really miss
it.
my family this time of year.
Do you ever visit them?
Sometimes. I like seeing new places, but home is home.
You want the Pixel Witch game. You don't know what it was called, though. Is that the one that Chucklefish was working on? It's fine if you don't know. I remember Chucklefish announcing that they were working on some sort of witch game, and I saw a lot of different, like, art shots, etc. There was a train, and you get lost, and it looked really cute and pretty, and there was a demo. I will have to look this up. You thought when I was describing this game that it was that other game. I mean, like, I can see why. Games that are, like, farming sim-ish, but also witchy, there's not too many of them. There is a new one that is coming out on, I want to say the Switch. I remember seeing it in a Nintendo Direct, but it was called, like, Feybound.
I still have crocus and primrose seeds if you want any. The crocuses will push their way up through the snow. They're my favorites in a way.
Also, I am giggling. Segment earlier, you were like, what was her name Violet? because her hair was violet, or did she change her hair because her name was Violet? And, you know, I don't know. I do not know. What kind of color names are there? There's Violet. Scarlet. I'm sure there has to be other kinds of names. I've never met someone named Blue.
Here's the Summon Witch incantation, High Priestess.
Well done. Everyone take your places while I prepare the incantation.
Tonight, we call one who may aid us in our magical workings. Join your brothers and sisters of the Fairhaven Coven. Together we stand, witches all, demanding that you heed our call.
Oh no. I fell asleep in front of the TV again, didn't I?
Oh
Angus!
no!
Angus, wake me up!
This is no dream, and do not be afraid. You're among friends.
There really are witches here. Angus was right. Look, I'm not one of you. I don't care what you might have heard about my brother. I had nothing to do with that.
Fabio may have the gift as well, but you've got it in you to be an even greater witch than your brother, Francis.
We need your help. Fairhaven needs your help.
You're not listening to me. I'm no witch. What was that? Ah!
A wraith?
Francis, wait!
No! Stay away from me. I'm warning you.
Uh-oh. Well, that went great. That went great, didn't it?
I hope we can convince Francis to come back. That was a pretty shocking way of learning he's a witch.
Ideally, every witch's discovery of their powers would be more like yours. Someone you love and trust helps you realize what you're capable of. But right now, we don't have time for that kind of gentleness.
The people who went after your family, what did they do?
Sometimes, girl, the fire started by a wraith's heated words and bitter looks. But sometimes, that fire's no figure of speech.
Oh, Shelby.
I have full cause of weeping, but this heart'll break into 100,000 pieces ere I weep.
They, like, set fire to his house?
I didn't realize the Bramble Gate could be broken down. I guess you can break anything if you're determined enough. Great news for us. Woohoo!
Yeah, I feel like when people are already, like, pointing fingers and accusing people of witchcraft, summoning someone into a cult circle surrounded by masked, hooded figures is not the best call.
The High Priestess may seem overly...
Yeah, you've said that before.
It took me ages.
Yep, you said that before too. Little Witch in the Woods. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Alright. Greenhouse is coming. I will need to buy some pumpkin seeds. Because I need them to make the pumpkin soup, I think. Also, it did have to be like, well, I don't know who else in town it could have been other than Francis. You know? But it would have to be one of the people who is, like, has a real reason to not want to be a witch. Let's just say that. It's an early access, though. That's fine. I feel like most of the games I play are early access titles. I kind of like that.
Should I go to bed?
Yes. Because we have a couple of quests where the answer is now to just wait. The greenhouse might not be done until tomorrow. Chickens! You're playing out in the snow. Look at your little claw prints. I have to say, I prefer the idea of buying an early access game knowing that it is called that, rather than buying Pokemon Scarlet and it is a buggy mess and they have to rush like day 1, week 1 patch out to make it more playable. Like, I can't even say that I'm surprised. I bought the game knowing it had so many problems. I knew what I was getting into. I kind of wanted to try it anyway, and I am still having fun with it. So I will take that win. I will say, yep, I got my money's worth out of this Pokemon game. I'm like level 40 something, and I want to keep playing. I've just been distracted. There were a lot of holiday preparations to do in the past couple of weeks. And then I got kind of back into Dragon Quest Builders 2, which might be a game that I revisit on stream next year. Because it's a sandbox game, but with a lot of plot elements to it, so I feel like it could be a fun one to, like, play in its entirety. Even if it's long. See, I want to get back to having, like, a platformer, a farming sim, and a sandbox game. And then, like, every now and then I'll do a random, like, raft with mom. Some random Minecraft fun. But I think that'll stick me into a pretty regular 3 streams a week kind of setting. Stop it. And that's at the very minimum where I want to be. You wish you could play Raft for longer than 15 minutes. Is it the seasickness that kind of like adds to the motion sickness? I really wish that there were some better accessibility options for things like that, because Raft is such a chill and fun game, but it sucks if you can't play it, you can't play it. Is there a motion sickness mode? The shark is mean. I will agree with you there. Old Brucey. He's a bully. High Priestess, let her know the job is done. We're waiting. Zephyr, are you open? You can play in peaceful mode if you like. That's how I started out. I'm actually playing the Raft with Mom series is on easy mode. You get motion sick so easily, the changes don't seem to work for you. That is unfortunate. But, like, there was an effort in accessibility, it's just not quite where it needs to be. I cry. I also love seeing my emotes. The ones that I drew that. I like that one a lot because it's simple. You don't need to have it be a full zoom in on the face to like get the emotion that it's conveying. It's based on, I want to say it was based on one of the like Kirby stickers. And I just kind of was like, I'm gonna draw this as an emote. Cry emotes almost always look good. They do usually look pretty good. And then when I did the HelloFresh thing, I got commissioned to do 2 more crying emotes.
Well, I didn't expect to see you here.
Tara, you've caught me at the end of my little expedition. I'm terribly intrigued by Fairhaven's history, so I wanted to know if I could find any clues to its people in the mine. Besides, I dated a fellow grad student. She was a geologist for a bit, and she took me on cave exploration dates. Though, perhaps people who aren't earth science grad students wouldn't find caving enjoyable? What do you think?
A good date should feel like an adventure. So, a caving date would be a double adventure.
My feelings exactly.
Caving is called
I've been in a serious
spelunking.
relationship for quite a while, but I enjoy thinking about one-of-a-kind dates. They're such a delightful way to get to know another person. In fact, maybe you and I could...
We could what?
Do absolutely nothing. Would you look at the time? I've got to head out.
Tara! We are intimate friends. We are intimate friends. Tara, how did that go over your head? Yeah, I don't have a crying emote. I do have the Mario grumpy emote that's called Ew. Where he's angry. And I love that one. It was a meme emote. And I love it so much I can't get rid of it. You know what other emote I cannot bring myself to get rid of? Is the Dusknor one. You were gonna type a joke and you realize this is not that sort of channel. I don't always stream with the family-friendly tag on, but I do brand myself as being family-friendly. They were roommates. It's true. I mean, I have made the they were roommates joke constantly when I'm playing Harvestella, because you are roommates with a girl named Arya. Oh my god, they were roommates! Yeah, that Dusknor. I can't bring myself to get rid of it. It conveys an emotion that I'm not sure what it is, but I know for a fact that I can't replace it with anything else. Like, to me, it's a little bit of panic, but it's also chaos. Like, it's like the Elmo on fire rise emote, but like different, more frantic, more high energy. Dusknor, you are absolutely irreplaceable to me, my good friend. My good friend Dusknor. That's also a really good one, Elle, and I kind of like the fact that the fire is yellow. And, like, I just feel like it helps the color composition a lot more. Alas, you are out of extra slots. Well, subathon, question mark? A little subby-subthon. I am at the point of my streaming journey where, as an affiliate, I'm out of slots. Can I fix this? I need 5! That's so much! That's so many pearls! Zeus's magic is like this electric green yellow, so the fire had to be his magic colors. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. We'll go visit the High Priestess tonight. We can go water our crops in the gloaming. I have to say, I absolutely adore how Kate does her emotes. Those are Kate Sketch's original emotes. And Kate does emotes for Sekhmet, for Rosalind Plays, for Boomerang, and they are great. That is my one downfall in being a Piranha Plant branded streamer, is that emotes are a lot harder to get expressions across without eyes. A lot harder. to, like, look at a little picture and read it when the little guy does not have an eyeball. Doable? Yes. Harder? Absolutely yes. Alright, you made me sabotage my intimate friend.
I gave Zephyr what she needed for the scrambling device.
You did well.
You realize you're making me lie to someone I really care about.
Tell her, Tara.
Right?
I do that every night, Novice. I know it's not easy, but it's for everyone's safety.
A lot of yours don't have eyeballs, but they have eyes, eyebrows. Yeah, like, the cat's eyes aren't huge in most of the emotes. Like, obviously in the emote called eyes, they're pretty big. But they're small everywhere else. But yeah, like, having a mouth, a nose, like, eyes, eyebrows, really helps with the expressions.
It may be said by some that the Farseer speaks in riddles, but that's only because so much of magic is unknowable. And what we do know is always changing.
But I have allowed myself to add some Mario brand emotes.
Mind that no one finds your sanctum. It'll be hard to explain that before Otto and his neighborhood watch.
That is why I keep the rug there. But yeah, that's why I have the Mario emote. I'm adding a Luigi emote that you won't see until the rebrand. Just because I feel like sometimes it's nice to have a more humanoid character for the expressions that you can do. We are also going to be getting a new, fresh raid overlay from the incomparable Mopsy Bebop. I still love the fact that, like, I get to show it off every time a raid comes through and kind of be like, hey, go commission Mo. It's great. I'm hoping that this is going to become a bridge. Wildflowers is also a game, unlike a lot of other games that I played, in that I don't really think you can be bad at this game. I think the game is forgiving. I think the game just kind of lets you manage different things. Like, you're gonna manage your time, you're going to manage your resources, and there's really not much in way of punishment for failing. Like, there's barely any failure conditions. In this playthrough, I failed one quest, and it was the quest to get the milk and honey for the summer festival. And in failing the quest, they brought me to Ravenwood Hollow, and it was just a surprise. Wait.
Oh, Tara. Good. I was just about to send someone for you. We've called an emergency town hall to discuss the ferry.
At night?
Now, folks, I know you all have questions about how we'll get on until the ferry's fixed.
We're out
and
past
we'll
curfew,
answer
guys!
those. But first, we must figure out what happened to the ferry. Parker and Thomas have checked her over from stern to stern and found nothing suspicious. However, I still wonder if the ferry wasn't just damaged by the snowstorm. Maybe someone tried to put the ferry out of service.
I really think it was the ice.
Citizens of Fairhaven, this is your chance to serve your community.
We're still going
Did
with the
any
witch
of you
hunt,
see
huh?
someone tamper with the ferry?
Oh no.
Not this again.
I saw something. At night, Marty has gone down to the shore near the ferry. A lot.
Now, Angus. No, Angus doesn't mean it. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Are you saying I'm not smart enough to understand?
Of course not, Cariño. You're brilliant. It's just that you're also kind and thoughtful and...
I know what I've seen. Marty says he's a rancher, but he doesn't know anything about animals. Why is he here?
I just passed my animal science classes. I never tried to hide that.
He literally doesn't.
There's a malcontent in Fairhaven. If Sophia wasn't one, then that person is still out there.
I bet my bar auto paid you to say that. It makes his only political opponent look even worse.
I'd never bribe someone. Besides, I won the election.
Otto, you know I don't like these spectacles, but something about Marty doesn't add up.
Thomas, you are literally my neighbor.
Not by choice.
Don't fret, Marty.
Thomas!
You'll have a fair trial, just as Sophia did. More than anything, I want Fairhaven to feel safe. That's what I'm committed to, not my own personal benefits.
You oily double-crossing!
I'm sure there's no need for that.
That's right. Let's take a week to cool our heads and let Marty prepare. We'll meet back in Town Hall after
Another
7
witch
days.
hunt.
That will be all.
Another trial.
This is even worse than last time. No fairy means Otto's power tripping.
He's the worst.
I want to knock that smug look right
I'm
off
not
his
being
face.
nice to
Hey,
Otto.
Though, I'd hate to be Francis right now. If you thought you had to learn about the Coven fast.
Oof. He's had a rough few days.
We'll hear all about it at the next Coven meeting.
He is clearly a bad rancher. He didn't know you had to feed your animals. But he literally is not hiding the fact that he just passed his animal science classes. He was actually even afraid to call it animal husbandry because he thought that that was a sexist term that was excluding women from the profession. And it's like, no, that's just what it's called, but okay, thank you, Marty. That was a literal quote from like when we met him.
Should I go to bed?
It was amazing. Oh man. Look at that greenhouse! Yes, animal husbandry and animal wifery. The two genders.
Parker, it looks amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Hey, think you might plant some marigolds? We sure could use a burst of sunshine around here. Here's some seeds I found left over from last summer.
Aww. So it looks like you are limited in what you can plant. So I need pumpkin seeds. Oops. Something tells me Amira might like it if I gave her a pomegranate. I have an inkling suspicion that she might really like a pomegranate. It's not at all that she would not stop talking about pomegranates now. Something else is compelling me. I feel a little bit better about the whole Sophia being accused of witchcraft thing, knowing now that the game always planned on progressing to someone else accusing someone else of witchcraft, because I also feel like tying Francis into the story and having Angus be the second one to become possessed by a wraith, like, it had to happen in this order. It still is kind of icky, though. Okay, I have taking care of all of my chickens. Hi, cataclysm. Do you want anything from the store? Okay, I'll go get you some. She asked for cheese for her rat friends, in case you don't speak cow. Okay, growing those. We're gonna go buy pumpkin seeds. Hi, kitty.
Oh, look at the head scratches.
Why would you look at the head scratches? I mean, does talking to a cat ever make any sense? Or do you just always say nonsense words?
You still liked that, didn't you, kitty?
I will say, if you don't say, oh, a big yawn, or, oh, a big stretch, when a cat yawns or stretches, I don't think there's any hope for you, I'm sorry. Hi, Francis.
So we're completely cut off from the mainland? Milkwater isn't exactly a cosmopolitan city, but at least they have, like, a museum and some restaurants.
Hey.
Oh, hey there, Tara. Don't mind me. I'm just bumming a bit today. My baby brother was supposed to visit, but he got slammed with work and couldn't come. It's probably for the best.
Why would you say that? I know how close you guys are.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel really safe here. Otto says people wearing cloaks are going into the woods at night. I don't know what they're up to, but it can't be anything good.
Frankie did not make a witch Sona yet. His husband, however, did accuse someone else of witchcraft, so it's getting very real. His husband is also possessed by a wraith right now.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything all that strange.
You can't be serious. You've never seen the people in cloaks? I'm not the only one who thinks something is wrong, Tara. Thing is, I've always felt really protective of Jamie. So long as he's safe, that's all that matters to me.
You're safe too, Angus. This is a safe place.
It's kind of you to reassure me, but I think we all have to be on the lookout.
We're besties. Stop being worried about witches! I'm gonna use my best friend influence. You are gonna stop being afraid of witches. Oh, hey Damon.
Hey Tara, I had an idea. It's been so long since I've served my signature Bloody Marys. But what if we got sweet potato vodka and start serving them up at my bar? The fancy brunch places in Milkwater keep buying all the sweet potatoes apparently. Now, my luck's turned, because Lena has sweet potato seeds for sale. If you could grow some and distill it with vodka, we'd have Bloody Marys in a few days.
Distilling takes time, Damon.
Well, not always. Try this.
I like this.
Sure thing. What is it exactly?
This is instant brew powder. Put it in your distillery and your ingredients will ferment in no time. It works in your cauldron, too. Here's how to grind it up if you want to make more batches. You'll need some of the glowing fish from the pond through the second gloaming pillar in order to make the essence of joy.
I have one of those. I love how your response to being given the instant beer powder was either sure or what? Those are the two emotions. Acceptance or sheer confusion. Vodka isn't supposed to taste of anything, so how is sweet potato vodka different from real potato vodka? You know, I'm not going to question the vodka science. Do I have to brew it? Do I not have the sweet potatoes? No, I have the sweet potatoes. Can I not? What's wrong? He did want me to grow them, but I have them already. I have 24 of them. Just burning a hole in my pocket. And I thought I would take that and put it in here and make vodka with it, but I can't. So I'm gonna try my cauldron. Do I have to do it down here? Do I make magic cauldron vodka? Also no. Do I need the recipe? No, he should have given it to me. Aha! I make it in my distillery. I cannot use a fermentation barrel for the vodka. I have to distill it. I will accept this science. He did say distill. My brain went to, oh, I make wine in this thing. I'll make the other alcohol in this thing too. Essence of joy. Well, sadly, I have no distilleries open. Can I make another one? No. Whatever. I shall wait until tomorrow. Okay. I'm growing the everything. I need more pearls so I can make the pearl dust. Maybe I'll go summon another thunderstorm. You know, totally normal townsfolk activities. Going to the beach in a robe and a mask while everyone's scared of witches. Aw, I sold my topazes. Dang it. That was silly of me. Giva is not working today. I want to go give her some tea. I don't currently have any more quests about the trial. I wonder if we're going to get more than just the 2 trials. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm looking for Giva. Is she at the church? I can't. Yes, you are. Hi, my intimate friend.
You must be a mind reader.
How many more in-game days does the story go through? I have no idea, because the story and the timeline of everything is entirely dependent on you completing quests. You could choose to ignore a lot of quests and just keep playing, and nothing would happen. Like, if I hadn't talked to Vanessa there, the quest to start this next chapter of the second witch hunt just would not have started until I talked to her. Which is why I found it really funny that we did it at 10 at night. You know, like, we're supposed to be under lockdown and have a curfew, and the First Lady of Fairhaven standing out in the streets like, hey, we need a town hall meeting right now. Hi, Giva.
Hey, Giva. What's new? Well, my drone was new, but now whenever I send it up, the data it sends back is just rubbish. I must have broken something when I crashed it over by Violet's house. I'm hopeless with new technology, I suppose. It's so disappointing. These drop-ons could have really helped unravel the mystery of this island's bizarre weather.
I hate it. I hate it. I mean, I understand Lena must be having a lot of trouble too, given that her husband has started to, like, attend the consciousness center services. Alright, we're gonna go down to the beach. We're gonna see if there's any pearls. I know she wants to do research, and this place is a total anomaly to her, but the only reason it's an anomaly is because there's witches here. How is she in a marriage but her partner doesn't know she's a witch? Well, there's that, and also, like, yeah, I don't know. There were some hints, story-wise, that Lena and Parker's marriage has been kind of on loose footing, let's say. It does feel like something big to keep hidden, huh?
I just don't get it. What did I ever do to Angus? I mean, okay, maybe I forgot to get him and Francis a wedding present, but I hadn't really lived here that long, you know?
You used my commission as a demo of how the process works. I did see that in the Discord. It is kind of nice, in my opinion, to, like, get to see it every step of the way. Bad news. You think because of the chicken line, Marty has entered the poor little meow meow territory of my heart. Oh, Marty. Well, I mean, there's that, like, I don't know. I disliked a lot of things about Marty from the get-go because it felt like something was off. Like, he kept asking if he could buy Thomas's land. He seemed like he had some ulterior motives trying to go into the politics of the town. But, he lost the election, and he's kind of, like, bounced back. He's trying his best at animal husbandry. What's the difference between My Little Meow Meow and Blorbo from my show? Isn't one, like, evil? Or am I completely misunderstanding Tumblr?
I'm sleepy.
And then you've got Tara, I'm sweepy, Wylde here. Well, Sekhmet would be the one to answer. If anyone knows, she knows. Let's check on our vodka. Meow Meow is objectively bad or villainous, who sometimes you love for no discernible reason. 4 days? Do I want to know why Linebeck was a poor little Meow Meow? Because I've never played that Zelda game. We're gonna speed that up as much as we can. Oh, he's just kind of a greedy jerk. Not, like, actually evil, but just not an objectively moral, upstanding kind of guy. Not a villain, just a bad guy. I can see that. Okay, I don't need to water because it just rained. I do need to water in the greenhouse, though. I think my watering can is empty. All of your characters are little meow meows, then. I feel like I go back and forth. I do like some edgy characters. Yeah, you're an apothecarist. Yes, making potions. Oh, you mean like you do make actual potions and then the other stuff is just on the side. I see. I may have misunderstood your artist MMO template then. Because I kind of thought that the scribbled out part was just a way of like rebranding it so it didn't sound as bad. I see. I will finish my artist MMO entry at some point. Because I like all of the like other stuff that I came up with. I just need to draw my character. And that should in theory be the easy part, right? You have to tell me if you're a town guard. You legally have to tell me. It's entrapment if you don't tell me you're a guard. Hey, Bruno. How's it going? Actually, I wonder if he's going to talk about his sobriety journey at all.
This winter is making Otto act real stern. Gotta be the stress. Gotta be.
I sure hope so.
I like Bruno. I wish I knew what kind of gifts he liked a little better. Because I'd love to be friends with him. I feel like my throat's starting to go just from chit-chatting so much. Something tells me there's at least 1 or 2 streams left of this game. Because we have a couple days until the trial, and I'm certain that the game's not gonna end with Marty's trial. That doesn't feel like a satisfying conclusion. Alright. Marty is burned at the stake. Credits, a roll! Can I buy pumpkin seeds, pretty please? Yeah.
We must come together as a community now. Have you had the chance to make some soup?
Not yet, but I'll have some soon.
Great. And you should know that my last practice round was not too bad. Dare I say it was almost super?
I will allow that pun. Because you are in my Twitch channel, good sir.
Marty's vibes are off. I'll agree to that. But more of this witch trial business does not seem like a good idea. Can we just talk it out over a plate of donuts?
I like your thinking, Kai. Hi, sweetie.
Oh, I was hoping to run into you today.
Really? What's up?
Well, I would be delighted if you would give me the pleasure of your company at dinner sometime.
A date?
Sure. I'd love that.
Perfect. I'll arrange something intimate.
A date, chat? Kai seems not dressed for the weather. I mean, to be fair, I'm not really either. We're gonna go on a date!
You must be a mind reader. I just made a batch of scones and this will be perfect.
My intimate friend. When is our date? When, though? I'm not being weird. I'm not being weird. Okay, that's enough of that.
How could he do this? How? I try to be a forgiving person, but I don't know if I can forgive Cameron and Otto for the path they've steered my husband down.
Yeah. Do you want some hot chalky? Would some hot chalky cheer you up?
For me? Thanks, I'm starving.
I mean, it might hold you over until dinner. No promises, though. I might need some more copper. I don't know if you knew this was a thing, Mom. There's a love and a hype command. It was a little way for people who don't have the emotes to be able to kind of still, like, enjoy the vibes of stream. Because it makes me say the emotes, and I'm allowed to say the emotes. Oh. But I did walk out of here knowing I needed to fill my watering can, and I did not do that. I mean, goodness sakes, Hazel was using magic to fill her watering can. Why can't I just do that? Oh, okay, okay. I see what's happening. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this date stuff is part of the update that came out on the 23rd. It's fairly recent. I think before you used to kind of just like naturally progress through the friendship levels and have like a moment where you could find them and have a cutscene with them. I think Giva literally asked for the entire diner to get shut down for the two of us. That's cute. Is it too late tonight? Does the diner have to be open? I'm gonna say yes. I will find you tomorrow, my intimate friend. Tonight I must go do secret things in the woods that you know nothing about. I'm guessing we're gonna talk about, something about trying to get Francis to come back here, and then something about how to get rid of the Wraith.
Francis! Angus is...
Not himself. He would never accuse Marty of being a witch.
Why are we not in our robes?
Have something to do with whatever it was that came flying out of the woods?
Yes.
Why are we
I'm
just
afraid
revealing
Angus is
ourselves
under
to
the
him?
influence of a dark spirit. We call them wraiths. We'll need your help to free him.
I'll do whatever it takes to cure Angus. But that doesn't mean I'm joining you in this group that meets in the woods.
We need you to fashion an iron amulet to capture the genie.
Done. Anything else?
Yes. I know it might be hard to hear, but the Wraith didn't pick Angus at random. He has an existing prejudice against witches. And the Wraith bound itself to that. Help the novice find out why.
I feel weird asking this, but you must have a spare key to Angus's shop, right? I need to find a personal item to use in the spell to free him from the Wraith.
Yes. Here. You should go at night, or on Angus's day off. If he catches you, I never gave you the key. Understand?
You don't know that genies count as fae. Is cold iron really the answer? Maybe not, but she's calling it a ginny, or a djinn, or a genie. We're calling it a wraith. I don't know if wraiths are technically fae. I do not know. What pine cones do
Perry
you want?
mentioned that there might be some way to protect the islanders from the wraiths.
We will need more of the fennel seed powder to capture the wraiths when they escape from the gloaming. You can help us maintain a
Wraith
steady
is a
supply.
ghost. That's
And
what I
the
thought.
best way to protect the islanders is to keep the wellspring in balance. Winter does make it difficult to grow and gather offerings, but there is still abundance if you know where to look. Go and gather some pine cones. We will make an offering for our observance of the shortest day of winter.
Oh, good. I have them. Here. You want these? Is it suddenly the shortest day of winter now?
Here are the pine cones, High Priestess.
Well done. We will fashion them into a wreath.
With this offering, we welcome the rebirth of the sun.
You thought it would be silver to mess with the undead. You know what? I can see that.
How long will the offering boost the wellspring?
If we are prudent with our use of magic, it may last us some time. But eventually, we must turn the season so that we can harvest spring crops once more.
Pining away. Oh, so silly. Yeah, something silver, something purity. I mean, I could give him the silver to make something silver. But this is not the first time that the logic in the game has been less than perfect. I'm not gonna make Sekhmet relive the awful earth science. I feel like there's always a chance for something like this to happen when you have a game that tries to toe the line between science and magic. Or like having, like, you could have a game like this be easier if there were not a scientist trying to explain everything with science. Rockgate again. You had such a visceral reaction to Rockgate. I'm so sorry to have to make it fresh in your mind again. Alright, what are we doing? We need the personal item in Angus's bakery. I think I need an unlock thing for that. No one will see me, it's fine. Just do not perceive me, and it's fine. See? No problems here.
That was easy. If I was a personal item that might reveal a dark secret from Angus's past, what would I look like?
Rolling pin? Oh, the picture. Yep, nothing happened. Go to bed. Go to bed, Francis. So yeah, I actually don't think it was a bug that we were just, like, fully not robed for Francis. Because the character voices were also different. It's just weird. But, I mean, I think it's kind of an intentional thing to show you, oh crap, things are going very wrong. All of our, like, decorum is getting thrown out the window. Maybe an oversight rather than an actual bug. Maybe. So you can only do that once, and it takes a couple days off of the distillery process. Okay. Trying to keep up with all of the quests. I do feel like the game kind of loads you up with a decent amount of quests at most given times. I don't think we're going to end up playing until Marty's trial. We are going to keep going for a little bit. Don't have the sand. Don't have the flowers yet. It's snowing again. I guess the snow does not water my crops. How sad. I want to let those oranges go until the other fruit are done so that I can get them on the same harvesting schedule. Hello, chickens. Nope. This one. My little Miss Beekman. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot your cheese. You asked for some cheese for your mousy friends, and I simply didn't have the time to pick it up the other day. I know, I'm giving you some excuses right now. I will do better, Cataclysm. I've just been so busy. You know, there's like a witch hunt happening in town. It's wild. Oh, hi, Sophia.
I got your letter. I'll put on a romantic dinner for you and Giva. Just bring me some ingredients. Some mushrooms and a tuna should do it.
A tuna?
Tara, are you eating enough? Come by whenever you need a hot meal.
Well, you are asking me to go catch a tuna right now. So I feel like maybe I should just wait for that time. We are gonna look up the way to catch a tuna. Worm or cricket. And it is a big round fish. So not one of these. I will, however, see if I can catch a shrimpy. Nope, you're not my shrimpy.
Ah, gotcha!
Nope, that was a clam shaped like a lobster. They're not as rare as you would think here. I might be able to just buy the tuna from Bruno, but that feels like cheating. You finished your homework, aka reading the new D&D playtest material. Very nice. There you go. Hey, Sophia. It's fresh. Will you please put on an intimate dinner for me and my intimate friend?
Have you got the ingredients?
I sure have.
You also bought and downloaded Core
Come to the diner tomorrow night, and I'll have everything prepared.
It's not gonna be fresh, but okay. What are you doing in there, Finn? You were concerned with what one D&D is gonna do with monetization. Yeah, I mean, is it through the official, like, Dungeons & Dragons people? Is it through, what is it, Wizards of the Coast? Or is it kind of like an external way to playtest? It's essentially 6th edition. Okay. Except they don't plan on doing more editions. I did not know that. Hi, Lena.
I've got enough goods in my storeroom to last for a couple of weeks, but after that, I can't restock if the ferry isn't running.
Yeah, it's a real problem, huh? I'll keep the fennel, because I need the fennel seed. I'll keep the sweet potatoes.
I'm a pretty breezy guy, right? I can get used to most things, but no ferry rides to the mainland does not feel good right now.
I know what you mean. Tensions are high.
No, you don't get it. I'm almost out of board wax.
Oh no! Wizards is making a lot of noise that they want to have recurring charges like modern video games. Yeah, a subscription-based thing I don't think is gonna go over super well. I know, the books are already kind of expensive enough, in my opinion. Alright, we're growing pumpkins, we're distilling vodka. What do you want? You want a quiche?
Drat. That was the last of it.
Last of what? Hope?
No, my hot lunch
That's
supply.
dark,
Because
Tara!
we're such a small school, the Milkwater School District usually sends over hot lunches on the ferry for the children. But no ferry means no hot lunches. I stockpiled some extras for winter storms. I just didn't plan for this.
Lena's still got plenty of supplies at her store. All the kids should be getting enough to eat.
Yes, theoretically. But, and I don't mean to insult any of the adults preparing the children's lunches, I'm not sure the meals they've been bringing are filling enough, which results in sleepiness and irritability. My students keep getting, what is the word? Hangry.
Ah, the worst feeling. I might be able to grow some extra vegetables in my garden.
If you could make them into lunches for the children, that would be magnificent. Here's a recipe that will keep them filled up.
I'm no master chef,
It's
but
a
let me
quiche.
see what I can do.
If they tried to do subscription, the backlash would be intense, and rightfully so. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. I'd hope that people wouldn't go for it. Oh, Sims 2 has been added to the EA app. Well, there you go. Now you don't have to borrow the game that you already own in order to be able to play it. That's pretty great. I'm happy for you. I'm still trying to figure out what all games I'm gonna play in the new year. I feel like I stretched myself a little too thin with some of the farming sims and wanting to, like, play all of them and finish all of them on stream. So I'm trying to make sure I don't, like, overextend, but I also am trying to make sure, like, that I give myself room to say, yeah, I played this and I had fun with it, but I don't need to beat it on stream. Because, like, some of the sandbox games, of course, don't really have, like, a way to beat it. Raft is an exception because there is a story. Hey! Exactly what I was hoping would happen. A little shortcut. These ones take a while to grow. I think they said like 7 days. But I'm hoping that I can make a really big batch of the extra large levitation potion and stop having to worry about being out constantly. I also could use another storm, and for that I could use more topaz. Oh no, did it eat up your Sims 3 stuff now? Sheesh. Origin is being a little jerk. They did something weird where they were like removing Sims 2 from their shop, even if you like purchased it and owned it, that their app wouldn't launch it, and they were just like, oops, sorry. And I guess they have changed their mind. Oh, I don't, dang it, I don't have one. Okay, that's what that shortcut is for, is to avoid the levitation potion expense every single time. Yeah, that's kind of how the game progresses. You need to manage the things that you carry in your inventory. And fortunately, you don't run out of inventory space. I am very grateful for that. Like, genuinely very grateful. You love a pro hoarder video game. It's very hoarder friendly. Where did I put my water jug? Ah, here you are, at my feet. Where you belong. Hi, Shelby. Just the man I'm looking for. I brought you something. We're gonna have some visions. Are you ready? You ready, chat?
I think Angus uses too much butter in his baking.
No, I mean, what do you see?
I see a little boy hiding in a closet. His parents have brought the priest for their eldest, who's complaining of visions. A witch at the edge of the woods, beckoning him at night.
The curse.
The priest says his rites, whatever it is, rises out of the eldest son and finds the middle one, hiding where his parents don't see him.
It passed Angus. Maybe he's seen one of us and thought we were his witch.
Could be. Made him an easy mark for the Wraith. That's for certain. You have what you need now to write the incantation to free Angus. Mind you get it done in time.
It shows that you own expansion packs for The Sims 3, but not the base game anymore. I still think it's bizarre that you can, like, buy it through Steam. And then, like, of course, EA, Origin, whatever, wants you to, like, own it through their app. I don't know. I'm so tired. I am losing your mind as well. I almost don't want to talk to any of the neighborhood watch people. I feel like that's weird. I'm the one they're watching out for. Origin is gone. It's all EA app now. Okay. Origin's terrible, though. Alright. How are we doing on quests? 4 days until the trial. I need to make the incantation. I can't do this yet. I need more pearls. I'm waiting on the flowers. Romantic dinners tomorrow night. Waiting on the vodka. Waiting on the pumpkins. Can I make a quiche? You still have Origin on your desktop? End of this month, it's supposed to be officially dead. And we'll hold a little ceremony. How does that sound? I need flour, I need spinach. Guess I'll be making some more spinach. We are at least gonna play through our date.
For bed?
You just now made the change so that you can keep doing Sims 4 on your channel. Makes sense. Very frustrating that it's not super straightforward. Chat, make sure you stretch. I'm sitting like a goblin. Because I want to. Hours remaining. Six hours. So really not worth it to speed it up at this point. It'll be done today. A lot of these quests right now are just waiting for things to grow. I don't always find those to be the, like, enjoyable ones, but I am still having fun. We'll have to buy some seeds from Lena for more spinach, because I'm pretty sure I just sold her all my spinach. We're out of all of the seeds, actually. I don't know how strict it's going to be about go to the diner at night, but I also don't want to miss it. Marty, stop merging with your brother. No! Stop it! Marty, what are you doing? You can't just both physically occupy the same space like that. No, I do not want a chicken centipede. I almost called Marty a silly goose, but then I realized that would be silly. Maybe too silly. I agree, Cataclysm. I'll take the flowers to Parker. I think he wanted them... I'm hoping he wanted them for his wife. That would be very sweet. Well, I should check the recipe as well for the incantation, because I have a very limited amount of time to get the incantation done. Soup kitchen. Where is Parker? It's Sunday, so I don't think he'd be at his workshop. I thought he would be here at the Consciousness Center, but I don't see him. He's not in the diner.
Sophia, are you okay?
No, I'm definitely not okay. Now Angus has accused Marty? What is happening to this town? I always thought of Angus as a sweet, flower-covered teddy bear. I guess I don't know anyone here as well as I thought I did.
Where's your dad? Can you take me to your dad? Oh my gosh. It's telling you that your Sims 3 code has already been redeemed. It's like, yeah, it has. By me. I have played this game before. The only thing that could be funnier is if it showed your hours of playtime on The Sims.
I keep trying to get Angus to sit down and talk to me, but he doesn't want to hear my thoughts. He's so sure of himself. And this is a man who usually can't decide what brand of almond flour to buy from the wholesaler.
I'm sorry, Francis. That's rough, buddy. Okay, I can't find Parker. Don't know if he'd be over on this side of the beach, doing a little visit. I really thought he'd be at the Consciousness Center. I don't know if he's fixing up the ferry on a Sunday. Just Bruno. What's up, Bruno?
Say, do you think Fairy smashed up the ferry? That's fun to say.
Oh, Bruno, never change. I do love not having to do character voices. Alright, we're gonna go to my basement real quick, and then we are gonna go straight to the diner. We will not take very long. I will not keep my intimate friend waiting. And then after that is where I think we're gonna wrap up the stream. Alright, incantation. I need fennel powder and an emerald. Do I have more fennel? I do. I just need an emerald then. 6 o'clock sounds like a good time for a date with an intimate friend. Yes!
Goodness, Sophia's making something impossibly delicious, isn't she? Those smells! There's something else I want to tell you, Tara. When I came out to my parents, I was also partying. A lot. After they cut me off, I cleaned up my life. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, and I'm always afraid of a relapse. But with you, I'm not afraid. I'm excited. When I see you, my stomach feels like an extratropical cyclone. What I mean is, I really like you.
Can you imagine getting this far with someone and agreeing to a date and turning them down?
I'm not great at weather metaphors, but you make me feel like a sunny spring day. What I'm trying to say is that I really like you too.
It's simultaneous cyclogenesis.
You two are like the Weather Channel, but with more flirting.
We got an achievement called More Than Friends. We are dating. We didn't even eat the food! Where's my tuna? Excuse me, where's my tuna? I want that, please. Congratulations on your girlfriend. Here, I got you this. To go with your dinner that we didn't eat.
Do you remember when I told you that I was excited to be trapped on the island?
Yes.
Well, I take it back. I was convinced Sophia's trial was a one-time occurrence, but it seems to have been just the beginning.
Roommates. Alright, I still don't know where Parker went. I didn't see him. I'm gonna go find Damon. Hi, Thomas.
Well, this is a moral quandary. I don't think Marty's a witch, but maybe he is whatever Cameron keeps on talking about. A malcontent? He certainly has made life on my farm less content.
Thomas! Don't be mean. Oh, you're closed. I mean, I could go give you the vodka in the witch's circle in the woods. Totally normal place to share vodka with a friend. Calling them malcontents is still so funny to me. It is really funny. It's like they don't want to say the W word. Alright, let's see. Let's see if my flowers are done so I can make more fast travel potion. Can I not give you
the Farseer's whole thing?
I
is
want to give
to
you your vodka.
Speak in riddles. Sometimes I wish I could just get one straight answer out of the guy.
I got your vodka though. Oh, come on. I worked really hard to get your vodka. Violet, like, does not know how to get to me. Her AI was wigging out there for a little bit. Alright, you are done, which is nice. I will make some great potions out of you. We will fill the watering can right now so I won't forget. We will go home. And then we'll find someone to raid. I might pick this back up on the Switch and play through my second file. What you doing? So I've got like 3 days to find an emerald, which does have me a little bit stressed. Maybe I will go into the mines tonight and try my hand. It's very late though. No, we're just gonna go to bed. By the time I even get into the mines, it's gonna be time for me to leave.
Oh, am I ready for bed?
I had a very important date. So if I can't banish the Wraith before Marty's trial, then oops, my bad. I'll just spend the next 2 days digging in the mines, that's all. What happens then? The game does have contingencies for failed quests, but it does not seem to really punish you. We shall exit the game. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out. I had a good stream. I had a great time getting through more of this game, and really, we went on a lot of dates tonight. We progressed pretty quickly from friends to intimate friends to dating with Giva, and I think that's pretty exciting. Alright. We're gonna raid someone playing The Sims 2, because that feels perfect to me. I'm gonna make sure that she's still live. It looks like she is. She is almost exclusively a Sims streamer. Thank you so much for hanging out. Go ahead and copy and paste a raid message. You can copy the love message, whatever you have access to. I hope you have a wonderful new year. I might stream tomorrow. I don't have any concrete plans aside from a brunch with a high school friend and some shopping with Fudge. So if it happens, it happens. If not, I promise we will have a lot of fun talking about New Year's resolutions and plans in January. So maybe this was the last stream of 2022. We'll see. Until then, keep going and growing. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everyone.